All right, 5:50. 5:50 Thursday. Let's get started. Welcome to the weekly Scamware 101 live stream where we discuss scam awareness, trending scams, how to identify and protect yourself and your loved ones from these scams. If you haven't yet, please take a moment, click subscribe and like. The more subscribers we get, the more likes we get, the more our content will be shown on YouTube. It'll help spread awareness, which is our goal. Our goal is to spread awareness about these scams and how to protect yourself. If you haven't yet, click the heart, click the thumbs up. Appreciate it. Also, you can join our email list over on scamaware101.com. You can see it on my screen here. We just go to the website and click join mailing list. And you'll get reminders about these live streams, and you also get useful scam awareness tips sent directly to your email box. You'll also be notified when we post new videos, so you'll be the first to know. So please take a moment, go to scamware101.com and click join mailing list. Say hi in the chat, click the heart. Let me know what you want to talk about. Let me know how you found us. We want to hear about your experience with scams, if you've fallen victim to scams, which types of scams you're being targeted with. We want to hear your stories. Now, let's get started with headlines. For those joining us for the first time, we always kick off these live streams by checking out the latest headlines. So let's start with here's an article from the National Law Review. Now, this was a new scam that we haven't really addressed recently on any of the live streams. It's the first time I'm seeing it pop up in the headlines. And basically what's happening here is trademark owners are being contacted by scammers pretending that they have fees due to renew their trademarks. So let's see what it says here. Multiple trademark owners have contacted Blank Rome, that's the publisher of this, I guess. Then in a renewed fraud, scam artists have contacted them by telephone, pretending to be the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. The scam artists claim to be from USPTO, it's Trademark Office. They claim to be from the Accounts Receivable Division, sometimes even displaying their caller ID, the phone number on the caller ID. They seek credit card payment for fees and related to trademarks and trademark applications. This request is a fraud, and if any fees are due, rest assured, they would not be contacting you. If you receive any such phone call, hang up immediately or do not answer and refrain from any discussion or disclosure whatsoever. So that's an interesting new headline that popped up this week warning trademark owners about these scammers reaching out to them, which makes sense because I believe it's public information to trademark owners. So the scammers go and they access public information. They reach out to these owners and they pretend to be from the trademark office. Any trademark owners out there, let me know in the chat. But if you are, there's a scam to watch out for. So it's interesting how scammers use public information. They're always thinking of something clever to get a new list of people to impersonate some type of organization. We hear about them impersonating the IRS. We hear about them impersonating Social Security. Now we're seeing examples of them impersonating the Patent and Trademark Office. So definitely something to be aware of. Watch out for that scam. It doesn't get too much media attention. In fact, this is the first time I'm really seeing one like this mentioned. So we'll see if it starts becoming more popular and more common. We'll see if each week if it starts popping up the headlines more. So that's our first headline of the live stream. Let's check out our next one here. Watch out for malicious QR codes. Yes, so we talk about this one every week. It's becoming more and more common for malicious QR codes to be used by scammers. Let's see what this article is saying. A recent example surfaced in the news just last week with Malwarebytes publishing a blog post about a targeted QR code attack on WhatsApp accounts. Broken QR codes served as bait for victims who were lured into clicking a link and following instructions that granted access to a new device. The hacker owned a device, then gained the ability to read and potentially download full message histories. It's an interesting one. While sophisticated, this particular campaign highlights how a QR code will serve as a gateway to malicious website. More commonly, the attack is direct. As when I wrote about a phishing scheme back in December, which tried to steal login to Microsoft's account, scanned the QR code led to a phishing web page. Right. So look, the moral of the story is you don't want to be scanning QR codes that you can't really trust or verify where they're pointing to or who put them there. In this example, it says how scammers are sending QR codes in file attachments. So this scammer, in this case, they send a Word file attachment that has a QR code in it. That's to bypass the email filters. If you scan that QR code, it's going to take you to a malicious website that tries to steal your information. And we've been seeing a lot of different these QR codes popping up in a lot of different types of scams too now. We'll probably talk about them a little later about parking scams, gift card scams, that they have these QR codes that were actually placed there by a scammer, and they take you to a malicious website and steal your personal financial information. This article gives some examples, right? So they've been found on physical ads, flyers, bills posted in public. They might claim to be out of service, a charity, or a business, but instead send you to a phony website. Email, QR codes are coming in by email. Watch out for them, and physical mail too. Right? Fake ads is one example that they give, but there's so many. There's fake sweepstakes, fake gift cards, fake offers. They can all come to you in a physical mail with a QR code to scan. What this article mentions, which we're starting to see more of, is it mentions when one particularly sneaky appearance of a bad QR code is at additions to legitimate physical flyers and ads posted in public on things like parking meters, right? So we just mentioned that. The would-be scammer will stick or paste a replacement QR code over the proper barcode, which then sends unsuspecting folks to a phony website. And the phony website asks you for your financial or personal information, which the scammer then steals. Or it could even install some malware on your device or computer too. So we'll definitely be seeing more examples of QR codes this year as the year progresses. It's pretty much become a standard now. It even has its own name. You know how they have phishing for emails, smishing for text messages. Now they're calling QR codes squishing. Hate that word, but there you go. So watch out for these QR code scams. I'm sure we'll talk about these more a little later. Let me know in the chat if you've ever encountered any of those QR code scams. If you're just joining us, say hi, give us a thumbs up, click like. See if we get some more people joining us today. Let me know what you're here. Let me know your experience with scams. If you've fallen a victim to one, or if you have a horror story of a friend or family member that fell victim for one. We're all about spreading awareness here. All right, let's check out our next headline. Fake central main power workers are trying to get into homes and businesses. Police and CMP are offering some important reminders about red flags to watch out for. So this is interesting. So scammers actually trying to get physically into people's homes. Police in Central Maine Power are warning Mainers of a new scam where people pretending to work for the power company are going to commercial and residential buildings and trying to get inside. Police say that has been reported in several communities in Maine, including Falmouth. CMP says it will never send an employee inside a home to use a computer or other device they didn't bring with them. Their employees will also never take a picture of your electric bill. Other things CMP or your power company will never do: send an employee to your home to offer a discount, offer a cost savings program, or encourage you to sign up for service. Ask customers to make a payment with a prepaid debit card or other non refundable methods. Police say scammers are also spoofing numbers for phone calls and text messages. Some specific types of scams to look out for related to your power company and utility companies: disconnection threat. Someone posing as a utility representative aggressively telling a customer their account is past due. and a crew is on the way to shut off service unless an immediate payment is made, typically using a prepaid debit card or another a non-refundable form of payment. So that's common with these scammers. They try to scare you over the phone, tell you a service is getting turned off, you have to make a payment immediately, and then they'll ask you to send a prepaid debit card or some other strange form of payment. Another version of scam they say to look out for: meter payment. The caller or in-person scammer instructs the customer to pay with cash or a prepaid debit card to cover the costs of a new meter or meter upgrade. All right, interesting. Yep. So watch out for these meter upgrades. Could be a scam. An information request. The caller insists that a recent payment encountered a system glitch and was not completed, or the company had not received the payment at all. The perpetrator then asked the customer to make a false payment using a prepaid debit card or by providing personal bank account information. So these utility scams are definitely becoming more popular. There's many different versions. Another one that they'll do is they'll try to actually trick you into switching power providers or electricity providers. It's good how they mentioned that it is showing the phone number of the power company on the caller ID. And we're starting to see that mentioned more in these scam warnings because scammers can control what phone number shows on the caller ID. It's important to be aware of. A lot of people, they'll see the phone number on the caller ID and they'll think just because it matches the phone number of the organization that they're talking to somebody from the organization. But scammers can control what phone number appears on the caller ID. So you can't trust that. Caller ID is not a valid way to verify who you're actually talking to. All right, let's take a look at our next headline here. So this one's an international headline from the BBC. And I always find these international headlines interesting to see what kind of scams are trending overseas and in other countries. And a lot of times they're similar scams. So let's see what this headline says. Man, 81 loses 85,000 pounds. It's money, not weight. Police say a spate of scams targeted scams targeted at residents in Western Isles have led to a man losing tens of thousands of pounds. The 81-year-old man was conned out of about 85,000 pounds after receiving numerous cold calls before an online account was set up to reroute his bank statements and card. Police said the 75-year-old man lost 25,000 pounds when she. Oh, police said a 75-year-old woman lost around 25,000 pounds when she attempted to purchase cryptocurrency and was instructed to follow an online link. The suspects took over her computer and applied for several high-value loans in her name. Police said there were extensive inquiries into both incidents. These scams are not always easy to spot, and anyone can be fooled. That's why it's so important to spread awareness. These scammers get better every day, become more and more convincing. These scammers are experts at impersonating people, organizations, and the police. Often they have details of that person they should not have, hence convincing people they are legitimate. Police are advised that people suspicious of a call from their bank to hang up and contact the bank using the phone number on the back of their card instead. Yeah. So here they are overseas experiencing the same kind of scams. They're getting calls from people impersonating the bank. They're being told they got to move their money. There was a lot of red flags in this story, and we see a lot of these common red flags in other victim stories too. We're gonna talk about those red flags later, but as soon as somebody's telling you to go to a Bitcoin ATM, I mean that's a red flag right there. So scammers are active all over the place in the United States, overseas, and run the same scams. If you're just joining us, give us a thumbs up, click the heart, say hi in the chat. Let's take a look at our next headline here. Another BBC one overseas. Police issue warning on bogus officers phone scam. Police warned in the Midlands have warned residents about the risk of fraudsters phoning them or turning up on their doorstep and pretending to be officers. West Mercia Police said it had received two reports from people in South Worcester who had been contacted by men claiming to be officers in London. The men told the residents they were investigating fraud on their bank account. Oh, so it's the same type of thing that's going on. One person lost £110,000. Wow. Doorstep scams and bogus callers. Police said a genuine officer would never ask someone to make a payment, withdraw, or transfer money or share bank details. The force advised people to hang up if they suspect fraud. They should then wait for 10 minutes and call the organization or company that the person said they were from in order to check if the call was legitimate. These criminals often pretended to be police officers, utility workers, or council staff. And advised people to talk to would-be visitors through their digital doorbell or ask them to show ID before opening the door. They could also make checks by calling a company or organization directly using a publicly listed phone number. It's another example about scammers actually going to your door. They're getting a little confident, going to people's doors and trying to get inside. Let's take a look at our next scam headline here. All right. Warning issued in Michiganders involving fake loan applications. Let's see what this scam headline's about. You may have had this happen to you. A phone number that you don't recognize calls you, you ignore it, and you get a voicemail asking you to complete your loan application. But you never applied for said loan. It's a scam that the BBB in Western Michigan has received dozens of reports on since December. It has hundreds of the same reports. The person on the other end is likely trying to scare you into calling back and providing sensitive personal information like banking information or your social security number in an attempt to steal your identity. With enough personal information, a scammer could pretend to be you to make false applications or loans and credit cards, withdraw money from your bank, or obtain services like utilities in your name. They also sell your information to others online. Tips to spot identity theft. Look for unexplained withdrawals, charges, and accounts. Review your bank account and credit card statements regularly. Look for unfamiliar charges, accounts, or withdrawals. Beware if you stop receiving certain bills. Check your credit reports regularly for unauthorized inquiries and accounts. You can check your credit card report with each of the three major credit bureaus once per year. Yeah, we're going to talk about that a little bit more later in the stream, too, how to check your annual credit reports. It's always good to review your credit and see if anything strange is going on there. Ways to protect yourself. Be alert to phishing attempts. Be suspicious of any solicited communications asking you for personal information. These can come by email, text, social media, or even phone calls. Avoid clicking suspicious links. We're definitely going to talk about those a lot more. Be careful with your personal information. Make sure to shred your documents. Interesting stuff. So watch out for these calls claiming that your loan application needs to be completed. Because you'll call up, you'll say, I didn't fill out an application. And scammers could get all personal information about you, it sounds like. It's an interesting scam. All right, if you're just joining us, click like, click the heart, say hi in the chat. Checking out some scam headlines here. Now, part of scam awareness is being aware of which scams are trending, which ones are popular, what's people are being targeted with. And the idea is if you know that these scams are happening, you'll know immediately when you receive a text message or email, "Oh, okay, this is that scam that I heard about." So a lot of times we'll mention the same scams each week, but they're happening. It's important to be aware of them. See our next headline. Tax scams. Right, it's tax season, so we're going to start hearing about this each week for sure. Experts warn about scams during tax season. The IRS will never call, text, or email you about your return or payments. If you're filing online, Million said you should double check that the sites you're on are legitimate. She urges you to file early. This way, nobody else could go filing as you and stealing your return or tax credit. When some people go to file their taxes, they're being told by the IRS that a tax form or tax credit or deposit has already been issued in their name. That's when they realize they've been a victim. So it's important to file as soon as possible, get it out of the way. Now, this article doesn't give us too much information about specific scams. It's just warning us to watch out for phone calls impersonating the IRS, which is true. Yeah, phone calls from the IRS is probably not the IRS. I'm sure we'll see some more examples and headlines about these tax scams as the weeks progress here. All right, cool. Let's take a look at our next headline. This one is interesting. This isn't the latest article, though. There was a newer article. All right, well, I might as well give you a warning anyway. This actually warns about fake vaccines being sold on the internet. Right, it mentions COVID-19 vaccines, but I'm sure it applies to any type of vaccine, flu vaccine, anything like that. So if you're on a website that's offering vaccines for sale, it's not real. If they're saying it could be ingested, it's not real either. So I thought that was an interesting scam. Counterfeit vaccines threaten the health of consumers who are duped by nefarious actors seeking to exploit the pandemic. This warning was issued by Interpol. And this falls into a larger category of scams, health scams, where they're just selling fake cures for all sorts of illnesses. Diabetes is a big one. There's a lot of fake cures and remedies for diabetes being sold online. A lot of fake endorsements by celebrities for these. The scammers they'll create a fake video or fake image of a celebrity endorsing a product. Let's take a look at our next scam. Nashville Humane Association offers warning about lost pet scam. This one's pretty terrible. Scammers are targeting people who've posted online about lost pets. This one's in Nashville, Tennessee. If you've ever had a pet go missing, you know it can be frightening and stressful. Maybe you posted information online hoping strangers might help you find your four-legged family member. Sadly, scammers prey on those emotions. So this woman lost a cat. The cat ran away and didn't come back. So the owner put information on the website next door. A few days later, she gets a call and a glimmer of hope, but it's a scammer. And this is what the scammer tells her. She says, "They said this is a humane society. We have your cat. She was hit by a car and she's not moving. We could try to save her right now, but it's going to cost." And then they try to get payment from the victim over the phone. And obviously, it's fake. They don't have the cat. They didn't find the cat. But there's a scammer who saw the information that this lady posted about her missing cat. And this scammer reaches out and pretends that he has the cat, it's injured, and they have to pay him to help it. Maybe they'll say it's at the vet. So that's interesting. That's a new one. as far as pet scams go. Usually, when you hear about pet scams, you hear about people selling pets online, and they take payments or take money, and then you never get the pet. But this is an interesting version of a pet scam. It's a lost pet scam where these poor people are putting up flyers looking for a lost pet. A scammer takes advantage, calls them up, and says, "Yeah, I got your pet. He's injured. Take him to the vet. You got to send me money." Pretty low. Scammers will call pet owners with a made-up scenario and ask for payment. People are thinking we're calling them, saying that we have their animal has been in an accident. So the best thing people could do if they get a call like this that's impersonating a shelter saying they have your cat is to hang up and call the shelter directly. They said they'll never ask for a sizable amount of money as payment over the phone either. So that's just something to keep in mind, all you pet owners out there. If you're ever in a situation where your pet runs away, watch out for scammers. All right, if you're just joining us, welcome to Scamware 101 weekly live stream where we talk about the latest scams, tell you how to protect yourself, how to identify and spot a scam. Right now, we're just going over the headlines, checking out some recent warnings this week from police and the media. Let's see what our next headlines say. Just join us, click the heart, click the thumbs up, say hi in the chat. Let me know how you found us. We want to hear your scam stories. All right, City of Douglas issues warning following recent scam. The City of Douglas issues a warning to residents following recent scam. They say it has come to their attention that unauthorized persons are contacting City of Douglas residents customers saying they'll receive a $50 credit toward their utility bill if the resident citizen provides a credit card or bank account information. So this could fall under those power utility scams that we were just talking about. In this case, the scammer's calling up and offering you a credit to your bill, but they're going to try to get your credit card number or your bank account information. And this example that even though this is a warning coming out of the City of Douglas, I don't even know where that is, but it's irrelevant because this is the type of scam that happens everywhere. It doesn't matter where you are. If you have a power company, there's going to be scammers that are trying to take advantage of that and impersonate your power company. So that's an interesting one. Watch out for scammers calling, pretend to be with any utility company, actually, right? Not just power, any utility, offering you a credit, in exchange for your bank account or credit card details. Where is this? Can we tell? Where's Douglas at? Georgia. Okay, so that warning's coming out of Georgia. See what our next headline says here. See a couple more people joining. Welcome, welcome. Click the heart, click the like, say hi in the chat. All right, our next scam headline this week. Okay. So there's some scammers targeting the parents of students, right? College students. This one is interesting because we haven't seen this one pop up in the past weeks in any of the headlines, but this week I found like 3 different headlines for this one from all different parts of the country. So there's multiple sheriff's departments and police departments and media warning about this scam this week. So it sounds like someone is hitting this scam hard. Anyway, let's talk about it. So this scam, it's a phone call, and it targets the parents of students, college students. In the last 24 hours, police department received 3 reports from parents who got one of the phone calls. Wow, so they're getting multiple reports in this area. And then, like I said, I saw other headlines too that are reporting the same scam this week, and they're in completely different areas. So it sounds like this one's kind of widespread. The caller, here's where the scam is. The caller tells the parent Their student has been detained by police and demands money via PayPal, Venmo, or Apple Pay. So this is a twist on the classic grandparent scam where a scammer calls you up and says your child or relative is in jail and they ask for a payment to release them. But in this case, they're targeting the parents of college students, which makes sense. They get a list of students. Technically, then they have a list of people to pull a grandparent scam on. If you receive a phone call from someone telling you they are a police officer or other government employee and they're demanding that you send them money, do not engage with the caller and immediately hang up. Never get bank account, credit card, or personal information of someone who calls you. Yeah, so keep that one in mind. You have any kids in college, you get a random call saying that they're in jail. Know that that's a common scam. Hang up and call the authorities directly to do any confirming. Well, call your kid first and see if it's true. But yeah, watch out for this warning, this scam. It's definitely happening. I saw a bunch of reports all over the country this week. They just kind of popped up out of nowhere. So it sounds like somebody out there took the classic grandparent scam and said, okay, we're gonna take the scam, we're gonna target a bunch of college kids' parents. Take a look at our next headline here. If you're just joining us, say hi in the chat. Give us a thumbs up, a like. You can help us spread awareness by subscribing to our YouTube channel. The more subscribers we get, the more likes we get, the more YouTube will show our content. All right, on this headline, officials warn against text scammers claiming to be SunPass. Don't give them any money. So this has been going on for months and months now. Every week this scam pops up. It just seems to get more and more popular. Last week it was all about these scammers impersonating Easy Drive, Massachusetts, and claiming that there was tolls due. And now this week we're seeing the SunPass ones picking up a little bit. So basically what this is, you get a text message, complete random text message impersonating SunPass or Fast Track or Easy Pass, one of these toll services. It claims you have a unpaid toll due and includes a link to a scam website. And this scam website steals your personal information, financial information, anything you provide. And this one's warning us about the SunPass version of this scam. Let's see what it says. Good, it shows an example too. Some South Florida residents have received text messages claiming a deadline is approaching for them to pay a toll, but it's just a scam to get you to turn over sensitive information. The scam is happening nationwide. We reported on a scam 2 months ago. We have a whole video about this scam on our YouTube channel. It has been going on for a while, and it's definitely a very common scam that continues to trend and continues to be widespread currently. The scam is happening nationwide, targeting toll agency customers like those who use SunPass. Here's an example of the fake text. Please pay your toll in Florida by January 22nd in order to avoid excessive late fees and potential legal action on statements. Please pay the tolls in time. Thank you for your cooperation. Wish you a pleasant holiday. Still mentioning the holiday. This one's been going on long before the holidays, though. And then you'll see a link that it includes where it's a bogus link. They usually insert the word SunPass or toll, mail by toll, or something like that. Tolls by mail. They'll insert something in the website address to make it somewhat sound legit, but it's always a bogus website. So these toll services, they don't send text messages like these. So you don't even have to wonder if they're real or not. If you get text messages like these, whether it's impersonating SunPass, Easy Pass, or just saying you have a toll due, you could rest assured that it's a scam. Absolutely. So you can see this example of a text message on my screen here. Hey, Nat, thanks for joining the live stream. Good to see you. Yeah, we're going to go over a lot here. We definitely try to spread awareness every week. Let's see what else this article says. The scamming messages request the recipient pay their toll by a certain date in order to avoid the late fees and potential legal action. Then includes a link which appears legitimate because it includes SunPass in the URL, right? So we're just saying that they try to make the link appear legitimate. They'll insert SunPass or Fast Track or Easy Pass, but it's always a scam. And that's what they're just reminding us here. Don't click the link. Don't give them any money. The scammy text might show a dollar amount for how much you supposedly owe and include a link that takes you to a page to enter your bank and credit card information, but it's a phishing scam. Not only is a scammer trying to steal your money, but if you click the link, you get your personal info like your driver's license number and even steal your identity. What does a real message from SunPass look like? SunPass actually does communicate with customers via text, but the company emphasizes that if they text you for real, their messages will come from 786-727. So they'll text you, but they're not going to text you with these links to strange websites saying you own a toll. The common thread in these scams is they often demand immediate payment by forcing you to act quickly. Don't be rushed. You can log into your SunPass account, sunpass.com, and actually view any real outstanding balances. But yeah, so these unpaid toll text message scams, they've been so crazy the past few months. We're actually going to go later in the live stream. We're going to be going over specific scams, showing examples of the scams. And I have like 15 different examples of these text messages from these various fake toll impersonation texts. Yep, and that's always a red flag, right? Yep, urgent demands, always a red flag. Cool. So that's that headline. Hey, if you just joined us, click the thumbs up, click the heart, give us a like, share your scam stories in the chat. Also, you can subscribe to our mailing list. You go to scamaware101.com and you click join mailing list, and I have the link pinned up there in the chat too. We won't spam you much. We just send out reminders about the live streams and some scam awareness tips coming up. We'll also let you know when we post new videos to our YouTube channel. Take a look at some more headlines here. Kane County Sheriff's Office issues warning about jury duty scam. We released a video about this a week or two ago as well. So we were seeing this pop up a lot each week, these jury duty scams or these fake arrest warrant scams. And basically what they do is they call you up and they'll tell you there's a warrant that's been issued for arrest, or they'll say that you missed jury duty and there's going to be a warrant issued for your arrest. And what they do is they try to demand payment immediately, like the other scams we were talking about. And they'll even threaten, they'll say a deputy's going to come arrest you if you don't make payment immediately. It's a very popular scam that is going around. So let's see what Kane County Sheriff's Office is saying about this scam. Kane County Sheriff's Office issuing a warning about a phone call scam targeting residents in the county, known as a jury duty scam. This scheme begins when a phone call from someone falsely claiming to represent the Sheriff's Office or Kane County court official. Scammers inform victims that they missed jury duty, even though no jury duty notice was ever received. They may claim there's a warrant out for victim's arrest and insist that the only way to avoid jail is by paying a fine. If the victim refuses, the scammers might escalate by making threats of jail time or by asking for personal information, such as a social security number, date of birth, an attempt to steal their identity. To seem more convincing, the scammers might provide fake badge or case numbers using modern technology. They even spoof phone numbers to make it appear as though the call is coming from the sheriff's office or local courts. Here are some key ways to identify this scam. The sheriff's office will never call and ask for money to avoid jail. Only scammers demand payment via gift cards, payment app, cryptocurrency, wire transfers, MoneyGram, or cash mailed in an envelope. If you receive a call like this, hang up immediately. If you're concerned that is true, reach out directly to the sheriff's office that they're impersonating. Yeah, so a couple things about this scam. We covered this in our video, but one of the key points to be aware, and we're going to mention this a lot during the live stream, because people have to recognize this, that the caller ID cannot be trusted, right? We're seeing lots of scams where, in this case, for example, they're calling up impersonating the sheriff's office, and your caller ID will actually show the phone number of the sheriff's office, right? And people think that that's that's enough to verify and confirm who they're talking to. But they don't realize the scammers, they're controlling the phone number that displays. We're seeing this a lot for these impersonation scams that are impersonating the sheriff's office, claiming there's an arrest warrant out for you. We're seeing these a lot when they impersonate banks. You'll get a call, and the phone number on the caller ID will show the bank's phone number, and it's really a scammer impersonating the bank. Um, and there's so many victims that they let their guard down because they saw the phone number in the caller ID matched who they were supposedly talking to, um, and they fall victim to the scam. Whereas if they had just realized that the caller ID isn't a valid way to verify who you're talking to, it might have been enough to save them from becoming a victim. So that's definitely a key point to remember, is that the phone number can be spoofed by these scammers. But yeah, we're seeing this one a lot recently. We released a video about it a week or two ago. The other thing I mentioned in the video as well is they will provide fake documentation. They'll provide fake documents that actually look like it's official court documents saying that there's a warrant out for your arrest. So you'll see the phone number, looks like it's sheriff. They'll provide fake documentation, looks pretty legit, but it's all part of scam. So if you get a call like this, be aware it's probably a scammer. Hang up and reach out directly to the sheriff's office or police department they're impersonating. Hey, Katie, welcome back. Oh, the psychic scammers. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure that one's been going on for a while. Now, whenever we talk about the psychic scammers, I always have flashback. I always show my age here. I always have flashbacks to Miss Cleo. Remember being a kid and Miss Cleo's commercials would come on and say, call this number. And it turned out she ended up being a whole big scam. I think there's a couple documentaries on her. But yeah, I mean, that's a classic that's kind of been going on for a while. I mean, there's entire TV shows with these, the psychics that claim to be able to talk to their loved ones and dead ones, I mean, hey, who knows if it's true or not? I ain't gonna judge, but anybody remember Miss Cleo? Let me know in the chat. Or am I the only old one here? Let's take a look at our next headline. Oh, another tax scam warning. Yeah, we're gonna be. We already went over one of these. We'll be seeing these a lot more over next couple weeks, I'm sure. TIGTA, have no idea who that is, but it alerts taxpayers of new tax season text message scam. Scammers impersonating the IRS are texting taxpayers, leading them to believe they're going to receive an economic impact payment, also known as a recovery rebate credit, but it's a scheme to steal their personal data. And they released this warning just 2 days ago. The Treasury Inspector General for Tax Administration on Tuesday warned taxpayers that scammers are impersonating the IRS this tax season by sending fraudulent text messages to people asking them for sensitive and personal information. These fake texts make the recipients believe they're going to receive an economic impact payment, but it's a scam to steal their personal data. Don't take the bait, don't respond. These scammers are preying on the IRS's recent announcement to issue automatic payments to eligible people who didn't claim recovery rebate on their 2021 tax returns. The IRS states that no action is needed by taxpayers to receive these payments. So if you're supposed to get one of these, what is it? One of these rebate impacts, what is it? Economic impact payment or a recovery rebate credit, it should be automatic. You shouldn't be getting text messages or phone calls from anybody impersonating the IRS saying that you need to do anything to receive those. The National Association of Tax Professionals is reminding taxpayers that the IRS doesn't request personal or financial information by text. Scammers are using these type of IRS announcements in an attempt to steal personal data. The rise in tax-related scams is troubling, especially when taxpayers are targeted during times of financial uncertainty. We urge taxpayers to stay vigilant, to consult trusted tax professionals who prioritize accuracy and integrity. Taxpayers should be on the lookout for the following red flags of a scam. Text messages claiming to be from the IRS. The IRS does not communicate via text for economic impact payments or other sensitive matters. Right? And it's not just the IRS impersonation they have to watch out for too. I actually get a lot of phone calls where it's scammers and they they'll leave a message that says you have taxes due and they can help you uh, consolidate or get rid of the taxes. And so it's not just scammers impersonating the IRS, but they're impersonating companies that can help you with taxes as well. Federal government website, suspicious links. Federal government website addresses end in .gov. Right, so that's also something to always keep in mind too. When you're dealing with an official government department, they're gonna have a website that ends in .gov. If it ends in anything else, it's a red flag. Never share personal or financial details like social security numbers or bank account information in response to unsolicited texts. Yep. So watch out for these IRS scams. And then these scammers, they're gonna hit you by email, they're gonna hit you by text message, they're gonna call you on the phone. So as far as these IRS scams go, they're gonna hit you from all directions. So it's important to be aware of that. Cool. Seeing some more people here. Welcome to the Scamware 101 weekly live stream. I see some familiar faces here, some new faces. Awesome. Glad to have you all here. We're just going through the headlines. Have maybe about 10 more headlines to get to, and then we're going to start going over some specific scams and scam examples. If you haven't yet, say hi in the chat. Click the thumbs up. Give us a like. You can subscribe to our YouTube channel. The more subscribers we get, the more likes we get, the more it helps spread awareness and get our content out there. So it definitely helps. We appreciate any new subscribers and likes we could get. Also, you can join our mailing list to get notifications when new videos are posted and reminders when we're going live. You can go to scamware101.com and you could click join mailing list. Let's check our next headline here. I'm just checking the chat. Looks like everybody's talking. Yeah, John Edwards. That's right. Yeah, all the psychics. Yeah, Virus Total is a cool resource. I got a couple other resources here on the Scamware 101 website. I should actually add Virus Total to it. But I'm gonna go over more of these resources a little later towards the end of the live stream. But just for now, on the scamware101.com website, we have a couple other website lookup tools as well. You got Norton Safe Web and Google Safe Browsing. So you can pop the website address into one of these sites and they'll also tell you if they've detected anything unsafe or if it's got any bad reviews. King County Sheriff's Stat. I think we already looked at this one, right? Yeah, this is the jury duty one. Yep. Next. Oh, thanks, Nat. Appreciate it. All right, Dorchester County Sheriff's Office warning of scam. Let's see what they're saying. Oh, okay. So this one, we noticed this one in the headlines last week too, and this one actually popped up a couple times this week when I was searching for the headlines for our live stream here. So this one's actually targeting the families of inmates, right? So here's what the article says. We're told the potential scam attempts to target those using the inmate search feature on the Dorchester County Sheriff's Office mobile app. And other county sheriffs were saying they're using the website because inmate information is public information. You can see the inmates that being housed at different places. Scammers may reach out falsely claiming they could help with releasing a loved one or cover court fees in exchange for payment. Deputies said that bail, court fees, and other payments cannot be made with gift cards, cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, or unconventional payment methods. Officers will never request money or personal information through unofficial channels. So they don't give too much detail, but basically here's what's happening, right? Scammers are looking up inmates and then they're cross-referencing for family members, right? And then what they're doing is they're calling the family members and they're saying, just bail needs to be paid and we could get, your loved one out of jail or released. Another version of the scam says something like they'll get them released with a ankle bracelet. So there's a couple variations of the story, but they're contacting family members of inmates and feeding them a fake story to try to get them to pay to get their loved one released. And this one's starting to pop up and become more common. So be aware of that one if you have loved ones or friends who unfortunately might be locked up. That's the thing with these scammers, right? They always target the vulnerable, the weak. A lot of older folks, fall victim to these scammers. They have no moral compass. They don't have any ethics. They'll take the money. They don't care who they're taking money from. They'll take it all. Oh, okay. So this one's similar to ankle. Okay. So Barrow authorities warned of ankle monitor scams. This is the same type of scam that we were just talking about. Authorities in Barrow County are warning the public about scams targeting family members of jail inmates. A social media post Tuesday by the Barrow County Sheriff's Office said the scammers are posing as deputies and using tactics similar to recently reported jail bond scams. The scammer will contact the arrestee's family, then request either $500 or $750 for the release of the arrestee with an ankle monitor. The ankle monitor scam also involves payment through electronic means. The sheriff's office reminded residents that it will not contact anyone in regards to bonding out a family member. Please do not pay any money to these con artists and fall victim to these scams, the sheriff's office said. Always meet with someone in person at their office or at the detention center to bond your loved one out. It's interesting how there's so many scams now that they're impersonating the sheriff's office. Right? These scammers are gutsy. They'll impersonate everybody. Like they're literally impersonating the police, impersonating the sheriff's office. And also, just to point it out again, when they call, a lot of these scammers, you'll see the phone number of the sheriff's office. So they make it more believable. You'll see the phone number of the sheriff's office on the caller ID. Scammers can do that. They can control what the caller ID shows. So it's very important to be aware of that. Even if just sharing that information with your loved ones, your friends and family members, just make sure they're aware of that. Because again, I can't tell you how many stories I read from victims where it's like, I saw the caller ID and I thought it was legit. It's a great question, Nat. Why is caller ID spoofing still a thing, right? I'm not sure if they can control it with voice over IP and all that. I'm not sure if they can even really control it. It's kind of like email spoofing. You could send an email that looks like it's from anybody. There's kind of nothing you could do about it. If somebody has a mail server, anybody could go install a local mail server and you just send out an email. It looks like it's from anybody's email address. It's probably similar with the phone number spoofing. They probably set up some kind of voice over IP system or PBX, and then they could just make phone calls that look like they're from any phone number. I don't know if it'd be a simple fix or not. If it would be a simple fix, you would figure it would have been fixed already. So I don't think it's as simple as you would think, but they'd have to change the whole technology around maybe. I'm sure they could figure something out if they wanted to. All right, let's take a look at our next one here. We only got about 4 more headlines to go, and then we'll dive into some specific scams and show you some examples. Here you go, Pennsylvania. I know we got a few viewers from Pennsylvania here. Pennsylvania officials warn public about new property tax rebate scam. Okay, so there's another tax one. Pennsylvania Department of Revenue are warning people about scammers targeting seniors and disabled residents. Great. The scammers are wonderful people targeting seniors and disabled residents. The scammers are calling people who applied for property tax assistance trying to get their banking information. We want everyone to know that the Treasury Department and Department of Revenue will never call applicants of this program and ask for their bank information. The Bureau of Consumer Protection is working throughout Pennsylvania to stop these scams. They investigate complaints, track down scammers, and shut down their operations. This isn't Pennsylvania's first brush with scammers. If anyone calls asking for your bank information, hang up immediately. The Treasury Department makes it clear they'll never call about bank details for rebates. So they don't give too much details about this. They pretty much just say if someone calls about property tax assistance, claiming they're from the Treasury Department or Department of Revenue, it's a scammer. So I know we got John needs to watch out for that one. Hey, John, let your family know if they get a call from the Pennsylvania Department of Revenue. Don't give them your credit card. Go, let's see a few more people joining. Give us a thumbs up. Click the heart. Say hi in the chat. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Appreciate it. See our next headline here. Suspected scammer charged for swindling $14K from 71-year-old Washington woman. Senior citizen scammed out of $14K. The brief. Pierce County deputies are warning of a sophisticated scam network. The scam scares people into believing they have been hacked and under investigation by the FDIC. Then victims are directed to transfer thousands of dollars. Deputies arrested the suspect in this case, but believe he's only part of a larger crime syndicate. Well, even if he's not part of a syndicate, there definitely is a crime syndicate out there running this type of scam. About 2 weeks ago, we talked about this scam, and they were referring to this scam, well, the narrative at least, they're referring to it as the phantom hacker scam. And basically, it's when the scammer reaches you by phone or some other way. Somehow they initiate contact with you and you're on the phone with them. And a scammer tells you that there's a hacker that's stolen your identity and has access to your accounts. Your money's not safe because it's in an account that the hacker has access to, and you need to transfer the money out. That's the story. That's what they'll say. And that's how they convince these victims to transfer the money. What the victim doesn't realize is that they're transferring the money to a scammer. You know, they'll be under impression that they're just transferring it to another account or providing it to, I guess, a contact at the bank to put in another account. But it's all part of the scam. It's not true. And that's how scammers convince people to transfer the money to them. They tell them the money's not safe because a phantom hacker has access to your account and has stolen your identity. But let's see what else this article says about it. According to investigators, a 71-year-old woman from Ashford, Washington was the target of the scam. Probable cause documents said the scam started when the woman was prompted by a message on her computer telling her to contact Microsoft. She called the number that was provided and was told she had been hacked, and that she was now under investigation by the FDIC. So what we see sometimes is we'll actually see like different scams like merge into one, right? And in this case, it sounds like this victim got hit with a tech support scam, right? She got a message on her computer telling her to contact Microsoft. Later on, we're going to go over these tech support scams. I'm going to show you some examples of these pop-ups that people will receive. But she probably received a pop-up from Microsoft saying she had a virus and to call this phone number. She calls the phone number. The phone number actually connects them to a scammer, not Microsoft. And then the scammer goes into the phantom hacker narrative, where it says, we see that a hacker has access to your accounts and need to move your money. And his victim probably let the scammer onto her computer too. You can never let these people onto your computer. Never. We'll talk about that in a little bit later too when we go over the red flags. So let's see. She called the number that was provided and she was told she had been hacked. The victim was told to take $14,800 out of her bank account and tell the bank employees it was for a remodeling project. So what's funny is you would think that when the scammer tells them to lie to the bank employees, you would think that'd be a red flag, and it should be a red flag. But what the scammer does is they tell the victim, we're doing an investigation, right? We know that there's a hacker in your account. We don't know if they're uh, employees of the bank. The bank might be in on it. So you, when you withdraw the money, don't tell them why. Just tell them you're doing a remodeling project because you don't want them to know about the investigation because they might be part of it all, right? So that's a narrative that they tell these victims of why you can't reveal, to the bank tellers what's going on. They'll actually instill a little bit of fear, and they'll tell them that they're interfering with the investigation, or they put the investigation at risk if they tell the bank teller about it. So the victim, obviously doesn't want to get in any trouble, and they do what they're told. But it's all a lie. It's all a scam, obviously. The victim was then told to deposit thousands of dollars in cash into a Bitcoin machine at the Eatonville grocery store. Right? There's another red flag there. The Bitcoin machine. Whenever you hear mention of a Bitcoin machine making payment by depositing cash in the Bitcoin machine, it's a red flag. 100% red flag. Yeah, we'll talk about that later. We did a video about red flags, five red flags a few weeks ago, and this was one of the red flags. You would think that there would be red flags for any reasonable person to recognize, but what people don't realize, and smart people get scammed as well. These scammers are so good at their job, they create a significant amount of fear in you. They do their research on you, and they learn all this information about you and use it against you. And that's very true. Documents said the victim could not figure out the Bitcoin machine, so the scammer met her in person. Right? So here's this victim. She takes her money out, and she's having trouble with the Bitcoin machine. Right? Because it was an older woman, right? So she's having trouble with the Bitcoin machine. And the scammer actually came and got the money from her. Okay, no problem. I'm going to come pick up the money. And we're seeing that more often too. These scammers have couriers that'll pick up the money. This was a very unique case in the fact that there was a real person trying to attempt to get this money from this older lady. According to investigators, the scammers told the victim not to tell her family what was happening. That's another red flag in the video. They asked for confidentiality. The document said they were warned the victim that if she spoke up, her family would be under investigation too. A day after the scammers stole thousands, they targeted the same victim, investigators said. This time they were demanding 25K. However, the victim told her family this time and law enforcement got involved. So here's where it gets good, right? So law enforcement got involved and they set up a sting to nab the scammer when they came to pick up the cash. Right. So according to documents, the scammer told the victim to send pictures of the money, put it in a paper bag, and you just use the password yellow to confirm she was giving the money to the right person. Body camera video obtained shows the moment the accused scammer arrives and deputies move in and make an arrest. Investigators arrested 44-year-old Jing Bing Yu for the crime. I don't know how to say that. Sounds like a Chinese name. In court this week, he claimed he did not know who the victim was and pleaded not guilty. A judge set his bail at $250K. He is charged with theft and attempted theft and remains in jail. However, investigators believe he is just a small part of a larger crime syndicate. We have a lot of evidence around this that there are more involved than just one suspect. Yeah, there's definitely more involved because this is a very common scam. Very common scam. There's probably multiple syndicates and multiple call centers running this scam. What's interesting is that they'll send couriers now to pick up the money. And sometimes the courier doesn't even realize that they're part of a scam. Sometimes they got scammed. They think they're working a legit job, just picking up packages. But yeah, we're gonna talk about these tech support scams in a little bit. Definitely, I got about like 8 examples of these fake pop-ups that lead into these tech support scams. So we got going in the chat. If you're just joining us, click the heart, click the thumbs up, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Always appreciate it. Yep. I'm just reading your story now. That narrative, right? Yeah, the narrative where the scammer said they would lose their job if they did not. They sent the wrong amount. Yeah, yep. Just drove to the bank. Yeah, they prepped the victim by telling them how to act at a bank. Yep, exactly. Like we were just talking about in that story. Yep. They are social manipulators. I mean, they do this for a living. This isn't just some random person just trying to scam you. They go to there's literally call centers full of these scammers, and they have scripts to read off of. Um, Sometimes I'll compare them to the sales team from hell, right? They have scripts. They know how to respond to any objections you have. Anything that you say to them, they've already heard it. They know how to handle it. They have a team that they work with that they hand off to other team members. They have openers, they have closers, and they're very, very convincing. Yep. Yeah. Inhumane predators of the elderly. Yep. Ain't that the truth? That's one of the reasons why I started Scamware 101 a few months ago. I just got so tired of hearing these terrible horror stories and nightmares. And a lot of it was happening to seniors. They're losing their retirement funds. Their kids lose any of their inheritance, and a lot of the funds aren't recoverable. Sometimes the victim will get lucky and get some of the funds back, but in most cases, in the case of scams, banks they like to make you think that your money's safe, it's protected, it's insured, all right? But when it comes to scams, what's not covered is when the scammer tricks you into transferring the money. If you actually take the money out and you transfer it or you send it somewhere, that's not covered under the whole insurance that the bank claims, your money's covered by. Um, and unfortunately, when you're tricked into by a scammer into transferring money out, a lot of times the bank can't do much about it, especially if you send them cryptocurrency or prepaid gift cards. And we'll talk about that more shortly, too. But yeah, Nat, your story is very familiar. She's not the only person that's happened to. That whole narrative and everything. They connect to the once they get on that person's computer, once they get onto the victim's computer, it's terrible because they'll have the victim open up their bank account website, right? Um, and once the website's open, they can control what the website shows. They'll make it look like a deposit just went in there for like 20 grand. They'll be like, "Oh, we just deposited 20 grand to you. See, it's right there in front of you on your banking website. You see the deposit? I was only trying to give you $20. Transfer it back to me." Right? And the victims, they see with their own eyes. Okay, there's $20,000 more in my bank account. Let me go transfer it back. But they don't realize it was manipulated. It was fake. There wasn't really $20,000 in there. And they'll try to prey on the victim too, but, "Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my job. I messed up. I shouldn't have sent you that money. Oh no." And now the victim feels like, "Oh, I gotta help this person." Yeah. And it's very manipulative. Definitely emotionally manipulative. Hey, Jared, great name. Welcome to the live stream, Jared. Yeah, and that's the worst thing. Victims too. That I always say when a victim shares their story, it's an act of bravery. I always appreciate and respect victims for sharing their stories. Um, because a lot of people, they'll be like, "Oh, how'd you do that's common sense? How'd you fall for that? Oh, it's so stupid." And victims aren't really treated the way they should be. They get judged, and it's not right. And I'm always thankful for the victims that they come forward, they share their stories because we can learn from their stories the red flags and things to watch out for, right? So it's very brave of them to come forward, knowing there's got to be some backlash. Even on the videos on our YouTube channel the videos we've created and shared. Most of the comments are very positive and thankful and appreciate it. But there's always the comments where it's like, "Oh, who would fall for this?" Or, "Oh, if they fall for it, they deserve it." And there's always the jerks that they blame the victim. But if it's their grandmother or their mother that fell for it, they probably think differently. You know, these scammers, they're very convincing. Very convincing. They're showing the phone numbers, on a caller ID. They do this for a living. All right, I got two more headlines to go. Hey, if you're just joining our chat, welcome, welcome, welcome. Click the thumbs up, click the heart, give us a like. We always appreciate it. Our goal is to spread awareness. The more likes we get, the more subscribers we get, the more YouTube will show our content and get our educational videos out there and hopefully help spread awareness about these scams. You can also join our email list to go to our website, scamaware101.com. You can click join mailing list. I also have a comment pinned to the top of the chat with that link. So definitely join the mailing list. We'll send you out updates, let you know when we're going live and when we post new videos. And we won't spam you too much, I promise. You can always unsubscribe if you don't like it. All right, let's see what this next headline says. Brothers, there you go, elderly homeowners, right? Brothers sentenced for defrauding elderly homeowners in nationwide scam. Two brothers from Ireland, Patrick and Matthew McDonough, have been sentenced to 18 months in prison for their involvement in a large scale wire fraud scheme that targeted elderly homeowners across multiple countries, including the United States, Ireland, Australia, and Canada. They operated as fraudulent contractors who were convicted of scamming vulnerable individuals out of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Their primary victims were elderly homeowners, whom they convinced to pay for unnecessary and inflated home repairs. The sentence of 18 months sends a message to these that these are serious crimes and they deserve serious punishments, including time in prison. This conduct will not be tolerated. Federal authorities revealed they would visit neighborhoods claiming to be working on nearby homes. They often use deceptive tactics, such as telling homeowners they had leftover materials from their neighbors' jobs or there were urgent issues with the victim's property, such as holes in the roof or foundation cracks. They would arrive in a community, knock on doors, and peddle this initial lie that they're doing work in the neighborhood. If the victim doesn't question the exorbitant cost of work, then the foothold grows, and that's when we get to the foundation work, which was the core of the fraud in this case. They targeted an 80-year-old shoreline homeowner who was convinced to pay $415,000, almost $500,000, for unnecessary repairs to his roof. The scheme escalated when the brothers began digging a trench in the victim's yard, further pressuring him to hand over more money. In total, the brothers defrauded the victim of more than $435,000. Other victims across the U.S. reported losses ranging from $500,000 to $600,000, over $500,000. Some of this guy was pulling in. These brothers. The Shoreline Police Department played a crucial role in investigating the scam, which led to the McDonough's arrest. Federal authorities also found that the brothers were using a popular contractor app to siphon off business from legitimate companies, further expanding their fraudulent operation. These types of scams are unfortunately targeting the elderly all too often. From what we've learned, there are many people across the country doing the same kind of scam. Authorities continue to investigate whether others were involved in a network, and additional cases are being reported regularly. While the McDowells have been sentenced, they have yet to repay the money they owe to their victims. In fact, the brothers have claimed that they did not keep the large sums of money, but instead funneled them to other parties. And then, what is this? The officer says, we just have to take their word for it. It's hard to prove a negative in situations like this. Rebecca remains skeptical about receiving any restitution, especially since the brothers will soon be extradited back to Ireland. Yep. If you need some work done, do some research, get multiple bids, and don't just accept someone coming to your door and pressuring you. Make sure to get any kind of business information, always verify it independently. Yeah, so fraudulent contractors are becoming more and more common. I think there's the air vent cleaning scam that seems to be pretty popular. There's contractors, they claim a lot of it they'll post on Craigslist or Facebook claiming that they're doing air vent cleaning. They'll even use like fake company names or names of other companies, pretend they're with a company that they're not really with. What I find interesting about this article though is like they literally were digging trenches in this victim's yard. It's like you're gonna sit there like dig trenches and do all this actual like manual labor. You might as well do some legit manual labor and not rip them off. I mean, you're sitting there digging a trench anyway. You know what I mean? You got to dig a trench. Might as well really do something worth getting paid. If you have the skills to actually dig a trench and do all that, find somebody that actually needs it, and then you're not a scammer anymore. You're a businessman. All right, I got one more headline to go. best for last, AI. So when it comes to scams, you haven't seen anything yet. AI is going to be crazy. It's already revolutionizing how scams are done. Fake videos, voice cloning. You used to be able to tell, used to be able to say, you could look for spelling mistakes and grammar errors, and that'll help identify a scammer. But now with AI, there's no grammar errors. There are no spelling mistakes anymore. They use AI, they generate it, they clone a voice, so you don't hear an accent or anything that might indicate you're talking from somebody out of country. It's pretty wild. But let's see what this says. Scammers using AI technology to create realistic sounding voicemails for scams. Experts warn that these AI generated scams are harder to detect than traditional phone scams and could become more widespread if effective. We are seeing a lot more of these phone call recordings coming in. To protect yourself, avoid sharing your phone number unnecessarily. Verify suspicious calls directly with companies and ignore calls from unknown numbers. What we know, scammers have begun using incredibly realistic sounding AI generated voices in voicemails to conduct schemes like offering fake loan approvals or tax forgiveness. There you go, tax forgiveness. That's what I was talking about earlier. I get voicemails all the time for like tax forgiveness. I know they're scammers and they're not legit. The FBI estimates that 12 billion is lost annually to cyber scams and that the new method is adding to the growing problem. Unlike traditional phone scams that often had telltale signs like accents or poor grammar, AI has enabled scammers to produce polished, convincing messages that are harder to identify as fake. And while these scams are still in their early stages, they become more widespread if they prove effective. AI is lowering the cost of creating these scams too, and increasing their effectiveness. Yeah. So now it's more important than ever to spread awareness of these scams and know what's going on. Scammers are getting better at using AI tools and things like this to produce realistic sounding things and things that seem quite good. Cyber criminals tend to use things that are cost effective and provide them with good revenue. How to protect yourself. Experts advise taking precautions to avoid falling victim to these scams. Be cautious about sharing your phone number. Yeah, you're still going to get calls though. Be cautious about sharing your phone number, but I mean, these scammers already got you on a million lists, so they're going to be calling. If you receive a suspicious call, hang up and independently verify the caller's identity by contacting company directly through your official customer service number. Avoid answering calls from unfamiliar numbers. I mean, not the greatest options as far as protecting yourself from this stuff. The number one thing you could do, and it's got to become standard practice now, is if you're getting an unsolicited call from somebody, no matter how convincing it is, you have to hang up and then call the agency back directly. Because there's just so many scenarios where it's like, even if the phone number shows correctly, it could still be a scammer, right? Even if they provide documentation or they know things about you, it could still be a scammer. Nat, why do we not have AI to detect AI scammers? So it's a cat and mouse game. There's actually things starting to come out. AI is starting to get built now into existing solutions to help detect this stuff a little bit better. But it's like this. It's almost like saying, think of it like antivirus of viruses, right? We all have an antivirus, but then the virus writers create a new virus that gets past it, and then the antivirus comes back and they detect it, and then the virus writer comes out with a new one, and it's just a constant back and forth. And that's going to be the same situation with AI. The scammers using AI will use AI to help detect it, but then they'll use AI to get past it, and it's going to be a back and forth um, type of thing, a cat and mouse type thing. But AI is being used, by the good guys too. I think McAfee just released a scam AI detection software. I haven't checked it out yet, but it looks like it's got potential. And then there's another one. This is actually my favorite. Someone wrote an AI. It's the AI of like a grandmother, right? And what happens is when scammers call a number or they'll dial scammers, this AI grandmother just sits there and wastes the scammer's time. I thought that was interesting. It was great. So these scammers are actually talking to an AI bot. They think they're talking to an old lady, and It's just wasting their time, but it's actually AI talking to the scammers and wasting their time. Oh, Kippo. Yep, yep. Yeah, I like watching those the scam the YouTube videos where they're wasting the scammers' time, and it's entertaining, but I also like to see what the scammers actually try to have them do. It's actually a great way to learn, what happens once you're actually dealing with the scammer and what they'll try to do. I don't do that myself. I don't, call the scammers and do that type of content. Mine's more like educational, but I will reference those a lot. Yeah, maybe I'll get into that, but I have to figure out how to. They gotta hide their identities too. They gotta use fake phone numbers and while they're dealing with these scammers. And they also have those resources to some of those scam baiters. They have those resources where they actually have like a fake bank account, right? And they log in, so they're able to let the scammer think they're in their bank account, and the scammer's like doing things to it. I don't know how they get those. That would be fun, like actually having those fake bank accounts and those tools where they can make it seem like the scammer's actually in. The scammer thinks he's in, but it's not like a real bank account. I thought that was interesting. I don't know how you get those. I don't know who you work with to get those type of things. All right, cool. So that's headlines. I went a little over time, but that's fine. Lots of good headlines there. For anybody just joining us, click the like, the thumbs up, click the heart, say hi in the chat. Let us know how you found us. Share your scam stories with us. The headline I thought was interesting for those just joining us too, just to be aware of, was that kind of new twist on the grandparent scam, where they're actually targeting parents of college students. So I thought that was interesting. They're targeting the parents of college students. They're calling up and they're saying your son or daughter has been arrested and you need to pay to have them released. And it's an interesting twist that they put on like the classic grandmother scam. It's called. So if anybody's got kids in college, be aware of that one. That one was this week was the first week it popped up when I was searching the headlines, and it came up in multiple areas. So I have a feeling we're going to be seeing more of that reported soon. And we also started seeing the annual tax scams occurring and starting up now, which we're going to be hearing about those a lot more in the next couple of weeks as well. It's funny as the year progresses, right? Depending on the time of year, certain scams become more popular. There's always scams that during the holidays, like in November and December, it was all about the undeliverable package scams, the fake retail website scams. They're targeting people that are shopping for the holidays, right? And then also the unpaid toll scam as well always picks up during the holidays because people are traveling for the holidays, so it's more likely they'll get fooled by a unpaid toll scam text message. Excellent. All right, so in 2 minutes we'll start going over some of these common scams. I'll start sharing some examples. I got a whole bunch of text messages and emails, and I even have some phone recordings to play for some of these scams. A lot of good stuff coming up here. If you experience these scams, anybody in the chat, definitely let us know. Because if you haven't experienced these scams, you probably will soon, especially some of these more common ones, these text message scams. To anybody watching, if you haven't yet, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's free to subscribe, and it helps us spread awareness and get our content out there. Even just clicking the thumbs up and clicking the heart, leaving a comment, that also helps our content get more exposure. So appreciate that. You can also sign up for our email list. You can join our mailing list by going to scamaware101.com and clicking join mailing list. I also pinned that to the top of the screen. And also since I have the website up here, we got another minute or two before we'll go into scams. I want to take a moment. I want to show you this knowledge base that we have on a scamaware101.com website. I only started building this out a week or two ago, but I have about over 60 scams that I'm getting added to this knowledge base on a Scamware 101 website. You click knowledge base. There's only about 10 or so up there now, but you click knowledge base, you can see a list of scams. And what you do is you click into the scam, and we're going to build this out where you can see more information. Right now, we just have a definition, a slide right here that shows the definition. So you're more than welcome to share this, save it, repost it. Right, but we have a definition for each of these scams in here. We're actually going to talk about each of these scams shortly. And we also have the video that we did is embedded here. We're gonna get some more examples posted here. So we want to get this. I want to get this knowledge base built out to the point where it's just give you so many examples. If somebody has a question about, hey, is this a scam? You can literally come here and be like, oh, an order scam. I got a text about a fake order. Let me click into here. Oh, that's what I got. That's the idea. I want to get all these examples here so you can come to knowledge base and you can actually see real examples reported by other people. So keep an eye on that. That's going to get built out a lot more over the upcoming weeks. All right. Awesome. So let's get started on some common scams. If you're just joining us, please click the thumbs up, give us a like, say hi in the chat. So the first scam we're going to start out with, I might have to take a quick coffee break just for 2 minutes to go fill up my cup, but we'll see if I get through these common scams. Maybe I won't have to. Actually, everybody might go fill up my coffee cup real quick right now. I want to make sure I'm energized and ready to go here. All right, I'm going to go fill up my coffee cup real quick. And then we're going to dive into these common scams. Hey, Nat, where are you from, by the way? And anybody else in the chat, let me know where you're from. Okay, Nat. Hey, thank you for joining. I'm glad you subscribed. And we do this every Thursday, 5:45. Oh, Texas. I have example. Watch out. Here you go. Watch out for those fake unpaid toll text messages. They're impersonating the Texas North Texas Toll Authority or whatever. So they're over by you too. So watch out for those. And the restaurant scams are also in Texas. So watch out for those. Lots of reports coming in. But thank you for subscribing. It was really cool meeting you. And again, we do this every Thursday, 5:45. If you get a second, join the mailing list. We'll send you out a reminder and keep you posted when we're doing things. But hey, have a great night. Appreciate you joining and participating in the chat. You too. Be safe. All right. All right, excellent. So we're going to take a quick 5-minute break here, go fill up my coffee cup. Then we're going to dive into some scams, show you some real examples. In the meantime, say hi in the chat, click the heart, click the like. We appreciate it. Help spread awareness about these scams. Back in 5 minutes. All right, we'll get started in 2 more minutes. It's called me AI. You won't be the first person that accused me of being AI. All right, I'm back with a fresh cup of coffee, ready to rock. Just started another minute. Anybody just joining us, welcome to the live stream. Scamware 101 weekly live stream where we share scam awareness tips and go over the latest scams that are common and trending. Hopefully, we could give you some info to help you protect yourself and loved ones from scams. I mean, awareness is key, right? I truly believe awareness is key. Give us a thumbs up, click the heart, click the like, say hi in the chat. Let us know. Share your scam stories. If you fell victim to a scam, know someone has fallen victim to a scam. If you're getting lots of scam text messages, I want to hear about it. If you're not subscribed yet, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Helps us get our content out there more. All right, 7:25. Let's get started with the common scams. So let's start with this road toll scam. Only $4 for a coffee? I'm pretty sure it's like 5 or 6 at this point. All right. So the first scam we're going to go over is a road toll scam. This scam started becoming extremely popular last year, especially towards the end of the year. And what this is this scam, usually a text message, it'll come in, you'll be texted, and it'll tell you that you have an unpaid toll due. And we've been seeing all different versions of this text message coming in. It's impersonating all the various Department of Transportation and toll services out there. We've seen versions of texts that they impersonate SunPass. We've seen them impersonate Peach Pass. We've seen them impersonate Quick Pass, Good to Go. We've seen them impersonate Easy Pass. We've seen them impersonate the North Texas Tollway Authority, Drive Easy Maryland, Fast Track. And they're impersonating Easy Drive Massachusetts as well, which isn't on this list. But there's a newer version of a scam that's hitting text messaging hard, and it's saying it's a Easy Drive Massachusetts alert. But they are all fake. These texts are not real. They're not really from the toll services. They're not really from Easy Pass or Fast Track or SunPass. They're scammers. This scam, it picked up during the holidays, but then never slowed down. And according to recent headlines, I've seen reports that the scam is being run out of China and a Chinese crime syndicate is behind it. I've seen other reports that indicate Russia is involved in this scam. Whatever the truth is, the reality is there's probably multiple organizations involved in this scam because it's lucrative. People are falling for it. And If it's profitable to the scammers, they're going to keep on doing it, and other scammers are going to adapt it and hit you with the same type of scam. So these unpaid toll scams, they're crazy right now. Everybody knows getting them. Every day somebody reports them to me. Every week we see different headlines and warnings about these scams. And we're going to share a bunch of examples with you. I actually have some recent examples. Well, let's start with the. No, I'm going to start with the older ones first. Let's start with the older examples, and then we'll go over some of the more recent ones. So here's a bunch of examples of this text message. The first one we have California toll services. Our records indicate that your vehicle has an unpaid toll invoice. To avoid additional charges, pay $64.90. Please sell your balance of $649. Right, and then it has a fake link. And the website might sound real, Bay Area Fast Track Toll Services.com, but it's a fake website. It's a fake website because that's what these scammers do. They register fake websites that sound like they could be legit, and they send out these text messages. So here's an example from California. Then we have another example: North Carolina toll services, Illinois tollway, Ohio toll services, Virginia toll services. Here's one from New Jersey. Your recent trip through the New Jersey toll point has incurred an extra $4.15 charge. To avoid late fees, sell your balance immediately at newjersey-easypass.com. It's all fake. Pennsylvania Turnpike toll services. Our records indicate that your vehicle has an unpaid toll invoice. And what's interesting about this scam is the toll fee that is due is a very low amount. It'll only be a couple dollars in most cases, right? But then they'll threaten a fee of almost 10 times as much, right? So like this Ohio example, they say the toll you owe is $6.99, but if you don't pay it immediately, you're gonna owe $70, right? So the point is, they just want people to click the link and enter their payment information. That's what the scammer wants. And they figure that they threaten you with a large fee. They say you owe just a couple dollars. Most people are just gonna click the link and enter their credit card details, right? And a lot of people do. But it's important to know that these are fake. If you get any text messages like these, it's a scam. The scam's been going on for probably about a year now, I'd say. Right. So these are all versions of the text message that initially was happening a couple months ago. They all follow the same format, right? They say you have a small balance, do a couple bucks. They threaten you with a fee that's like 10 times more, and then they include a link that sounds like it could be legit, but it's a fake link. Yeah. And you see they impersonate SunPass. They impersonate New York toll services. At this point, they're probably impersonating every state or toll service there is out there at this point. So these are a whole bunch of examples of the original text. Well, about a month ago, something happened, and this is where another organization must have got involved, another scam organization, because the text messages started changing. They started looking like this instead. And we saw this example earlier in one of the headlines. Right. Please pay your toll in Florida by this kind of date in order to avoid excessive late fee. And this doesn't have the balances or anything listed in it, but it includes a link that looks legit. It's not, right? And they include this disclaimer text at the bottom now. And a lot of scam texts are doing this. A lot of these newer scam texts, they say, please reply yes, then exit text message, open it again, activate link, or copy the link to your Safari browser and open it. That's an indicator that this is a scam text message, right? What's happening here is on an iPhone, by default, the link isn't going to work, right? If you click on it, nothing's going to happen. But if you reply back to this text message, it will activate the link. So that's what the scammer is trying to get you to do. They're trying to get you to reply back to the text message and activate the link. And also, they want you to reply back because then they confirm that your phone number is real and you actually read the texts and you click on the links for the texts, right? So this is a newer version of these fake unpaid toll text message scams. Another one. This one, we're seeing a lot of this one that says Easy Drive, Massachusetts. So Easy Drive MA reminder, your bill for $6.99 is due soon, please visit. Right. And then they give you a fake website. And you see that same text, include please reply yes, and exit text message, open it. So you can see how the text varies, right? This one says you have the 6.99 due, right? But then this one has more of a, it doesn't say how much is due, but it says, you're told in Florida. So there's like different variations of this text message going out. And something happened about a month ago. We saw a headline reporting that Russia got involved, or some group from Russia got involved, and that's when this text started going out. Who knows the truth, who it is? Again, there's probably multiple organizations sending these texts out, especially since there's different variations. Got one more example of this text message here, a newer one. Let's see. So this one, yes, this one is another one. Is similar to Easy Drive MA. See, they put Easy Drive MA in the URL to try and make it sound convincing, like in the website name. And what happens is if you actually do click on one of these links, it's going to take you to a fake website that looks like whoever's impersonating. So in Washington State, for example, Washington State's Good to Go is their toll service, right? So you get a fake text message. In fact, let me bring up that text message. I have an example. All right, so you get a text message like this. Washington, my good to go toll services. Our records indicate that your vehicle has an unpaid toll invoice. To avoid additional charges of $66.70, please sell your balance of $667 at, and there's the link to the fake website, right? If you click that link and go to a fake website, you'll be brought into a website that it looks real. It will have the logo, it'll have the color theme. It will look like the real good to go toll service website, but it's not. You'll go there, a button for you to click on payment. And when you click the button, it's going to take you to a page that steals your credit card details. It'll look legit, but it's not. It's all part of the scam. So these unpaid toll scams, extremely popular right now. Everybody's getting them. They're all fake. Don't click them. The best thing you do, you could report them as junk and block. Right? You see a little link at the bottom that says report as junk. Click that and then block them. I actually learned something interesting about these phishing website scams a couple days ago, actually. And John, tell anybody in the chat, tell me if you realize this. But so apparently a lot of these phishing websites, they're live, right? Which means that while you're entering your information, it's logged and provided to the scammer. You don't even have to click continue. It's actually in real time. So you'll sit there, you could type your credit card details in, your expiration date in, you can provide the info, and then maybe you realize, wait a minute, this is a scam. I'm not going to click continue, right? But even though you didn't click continue, just because you typed your information in, the scammer has it now. You don't have to click continue. It's actually logged live, which I thought that was interesting. I heard that the other day about these, and that wasn't something I realized. So you learn something new every day. But yeah, so even if you go to these websites, in a lot of cases, you type your information in, even if you realize in time before clicking continue or clicking submit, they still got whatever you typed. So I thought that was interesting and useful to know. So anyway, that's the road toll text message scam that's going around a lot now. Every week it comes up. It's in all the scam headlines. We search for scams. Easy Drive Massachusetts is a big organization that they're impersonating in these text messages. They'll put Easy Drive MA. That seems to be the popular one right now. And it's interesting how this picked up so much, because during the holidays it picked up, and it makes sense for this scam to pick up during the holidays because people are traveling, so they're more likely to think, oh, maybe I went through a toll, I didn't realize it, right? But it's still been going. Like I said, these other organizations got involved, and everybody's getting hit with these text messages now. So that's the first scam that on the list of common scams that we're going to talk about. The next scam that's extremely popular right now is a bank impersonation scam. right? And they're hitting victims by phone and by text message. So let me bring up my examples here that I have for you. And let me know in the chat if you guys are getting these text messages. Let me know in the chat if you know a friend that told you about getting these. Let us know in the chat. Now I want to hear your stories. By the way, if you're just joining us, click the like, click the heart, give us a thumbs up. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel, help spread awareness. All right, so the bank impersonation scam. So we have an article about these bank impersonation scams. I'll share with you. Now this goes back to being grateful that these victims are sharing their stories. Because look, the first thing that you see, I feel so stupid, right? That's what this victim says, right? So a lot of times they feel stupid, they're embarrassed that they fell for it, and but they still come forward and they share their story, and I commend it. I think it's commendable. So in this woman's case, this young Connecticut woman had her bank account drained by scammers after answering trusted Wells Fargo number. How to spot and avoid similar schemes, right? So notice how it says she answered the trusted Wells Fargo number. That's because it goes back to what these scammers are able to show the caller ID on the caller ID. They're able to show the bank's phone number. So you'll see the bank's phone number on the caller ID, and you'll think you're actually talking to the bank, but it's a scammer. Right? So it's important to be aware that the caller ID is not a good way to verify who you're talking to. It can't be trusted. Scammers are taking advantage of it. We're seeing it more and more on various scams of them impersonating sheriff's offices, impersonating banks. They can show whatever number they want on the caller ID. It's kind of crazy, but they can. And we're starting to see that mentioned now. It's starting to get more media attention that they could do this, which is good because a month ago we didn't see that mentioned much that they could fool the caller ID, but now it's starting to get mentioned more and recognized more. But anyway, let's read a little bit more about this victim story. When Charlotte Stens picked up her phone after getting a call from her bank, the Connecticut woman had no idea that fateful choice would wind up with her crying in the parking lot of her Wells Fargo branch. Unfortunately, like millions of Americans, Stens was targeted by scammers who wanted access to her account, and they succeeded. I did everything that they said to do, and they literally drained my bank account, she explained. So let's see some more details about what she says here. Stens' trouble began when she saw a familiar phone number on her caller ID. All right. I got a call from a Wells Fargo number saying that I had fraudulent activity on my account and that a random person was being sent money from Zelle, she recalled. They told me to go onto my account and that I needed to secure my Zelle on my end by sending money that would go back to my account right after. And that's a red flag to Zelle, right? These scammers, a lot of times they want to get paid by Zelle. And that should always be a red flag. Zelle's meant more for like you're splitting a dinner with a friend and you're sending them a couple bucks. That's kind of like the purpose of Zelle. It's not meant to be used by like government organizations and accepting payments. Banks, like they're not going to have you pay them or transfer money in Zelle. Stens, who had never used a service before, took their warning seriously and complied, making multiple transfers via Zelle. They told her she was sending different amounts to fraud departments, so the transactions would all be reversed. And this is how they get the victims to transfer the money, right? They make them think that their money's not safe, their account's been hacked, and they tell them transfer it to these fraud department accounts, but you're actually transferring the money to a scammer. The person she was speaking to on the phone was not a Wells Fargo rep, as she discovered when she went into the bank to confirm that she'd been talking to a legitimate customer service staff member. When she showed up at the bank and began to cry, a bank employee helped her connect with the fraud department, which was trying to dispute the transactions. However, she had 10 days to wait before finding out if her money would come back to her. She suspected she wasn't talking to a legitimate employee of Wells Fargo. I felt like it was sketchy the whole time, but since it came from a Wells Fargo number, I trusted it, she lamented. So many of these victims, if they don't realize that the caller ID could be faked. If they had just realized that, it might have been enough to prevent them from getting scammed. It's going to be very hard for her to recover the funds. I doubt she got them recovered. Because first of all, when you're fooled into transferring money by these scammers, that's not covered by insurance. The bank's not going to refund your money for something like that. And the reason why scammers like to be paid in Zelle and other services like cryptocurrency is harder to get for victims to recover their money. So let's talk more about this bank impersonation scam here. I have an interesting story to share about this scam. I have an example here too as well. So a couple weeks, a friend of mine got targeted by this scam, and she reached out to me, let me know what was happening, and we were able to gather some pretty good details about this scam, and we even talked to the bank and got some more details too. But let me share this story with you and give you an idea of what these scammers are doing. So first of all, they call the phone number, right? They're going to call the victim's phone number, and they tried calling my friend. My friend didn't answer the phone, but she did see it was the bank's phone number on the caller ID. She confirmed it did show the correct phone number on the caller ID. So that's step one to scam. First, the scammers are calling directly on the phone, and they're making it show like the bank's phone numbers on calling. So she doesn't answer, right? Immediately after, she gets a text message, right? And this is the text message, the screenshot that you're seeing right here. It says, verified TD bank card activity. Did you attempt a transaction for $250 at Walgreens? Reply yes if recognized or no if not to stop the messages, right? So the idea is they want the victim to reply back, no, because they didn't do the transaction, right? Did you attempt a transaction? Reply yes if recognized or no, right? So the victim replies back no. That's the idea. Okay. So now at that point, what's going to happen is the scammers going to start asking for all personal information, pretending to be the bank. They're going to say, okay, your account's been frozen. I need you to provide your username, your password, your bank account number. They're going to ask you to provide all this personal information and financial information if you reply back to this text message. So this is a scam. And they're targeting victims by phone and by text message. So we reached out to the bank and actually asked them about this text message because we wanted to confirm how to identify whether it's a real text message or not. And we actually got some decent information from the bank regarding this. And there's a couple indicators that this text message did not come from the bank. So if this had been a valid text message about activity on their card, there would have been a couple indicators. The first thing is it would have indicated which account they were referencing, right? And it would have included the last four digits of the account or card number. They would have had something to indicate which account this text message was referencing. So that's red flag number one. There's no account indicated. So that's a red flag. This isn't from the bank. The second red flag is the phone number. If this had come from the bank, it would have been from one of those short numbers, those 5 or 6 digit short number codes that come in, right? It wouldn't have been from a real legit phone number, right? So that's the other indicator that this was not from the bank, is that it actually came from a phone number and not one of those short code numbers. And there's also, you could see like little capitalization, strange capitalization throughout the text, right? Like random letters are capitalized. So, I mean, that's a little bit of an indicator, but you can't really rely on that these days with AI and everything. But the two big giveaways were that one, it didn't indicate an account, and two, it came from actual phone number. And then again, keep in mind when they call your phone before sending this text, when they call, it's going to look like it's got the bank's phone number in a caller ID. So it's a very convincing scam, and they're trying to target the victim in multiple ways. So definitely be aware of this one. If you end up on a phone with one of these scammers, they're going to tell you that your account's been hacked, and they're going to try to trick you into transferring money or giving them access to your computer. Don't do it. So that's the bank impersonation scam that's extremely popular right now. So warn your loved ones about it. Make sure they know about the caller ID thing. People don't realize this, and then they fall for it. The next scam we're going to talk about is arrest warrant and jury duty scams. So these fake arrest warrant scams or jury duty scams, what they are is the scammer calls up a victim and impersonates law enforcement or sheriff's office. Right? A victim is contacted by a scammer impersonating law enforcement. The scammer claims an arrest warrant was issued and fines must be paid to resolve it. The scammer then threatens the victim with arrest if fines aren't paid immediately. And a common version of this scam is a jury duty scam. They'll call up and they'll say you missed jury duty, and there's going to be a warrant issued for your arrest if you don't pay now. It's a scam. We've been seeing this one pop up every week, multiple warnings coming from multiple states, multiple sheriff's offices, and they confirm that when these scammers call, it's going to show the sheriff's office or whoever they're impersonating. It's going to show the phone number to call our day. So it's just another example about how they're using this. It's pretty much the scammer's playbook now. The caller ID is irrelevant now. You can't trust it at all. Can't trust it at all. There is being built into all these scams as part of the playbook now. So, and the scammers will actually tell you when you're talking to them on the phone. They'll actually say, you see the phone number to call ID. Does it match? Does it match the back of your card? When they're impersonating a bank, and they say, yeah, it matches, and they'll use that to try and convince you that it's legit. So anyway, watch out for these arrest warrant scams. They call you, they tell you there's a warrant issued for your arrest. You might have missed jury duty or some other legal situation, right? And they'll threaten you. They'll say you need to give us payment immediately. They'll even threaten that they're going to send a deputy over there and arrest you if you don't. We did a video about this. It's on our YouTube channel. This video about arrest warrant scams. Definitely check it out. Here's some takeaways from that video. Scammers can manipulate the phone number shown on caller ID. I'm going to say that a lot. You'll be tired of hearing me say that, but scammers provide fake paperwork to convince victims an arrest warrant is real. Right. So in this case, the sheriff's office that was issuing this warning, they were warning us of fake paperwork that is being provided to some of these victims, trying to convince them the arrest warrant was real. Someone urges you to make immediate payment over the phone. It's a red flag. And that's common for a lot of these scams. If someone's trying to get you to pay immediately over the phone and threatening you and trying to get you to act fast, that's a big indicator of a scammer. If you get a phone call claiming a warrant was issued for your arrest, ask for the name of the organization that issued the warrant, hang up and call the organization directly. Do not engage with the scammer who contacted you. All right. Again, these are happening all over the country right now. We're seeing lots of warnings from sheriff's offices coming out. Yeah, so be aware of it. Warn your friends, warn your family. Don't fall for them. How's everybody doing? If you're just joining us, say hi in the chat. Click the thumbs up. Click the heart. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, please subscribe. Helps us our content get out there more. The more subscribers, the more likes we get. You can also join our email list. Go to scamaware101.com and click Join Mailing List. We have the link pinned up top of the chat here. Our goal is to spread awareness. We do this every Thursday, 5:45 p.m. Let's take a look at our next scam here. Undeliverable package. So I feel like this one's starting to slow down a little bit, but it's still very common. It always picks up during the holidays, these undeliverable package scams. And basically what they are, victims receive fake notifications about undeliverable packages and are asked to click a link to resolve. The link opens a fake website impersonating UPS, FedEx, or USPS. Any personal or financial details provided by the victim are stolen by the scammers. There never was a package, right? If you received one of these text messages, let us know in the chat. But they were extremely popular during the holidays. They always pick up during November, December, January. There's lots of packages being sent back and forth. So people are more likely to fall for this text message scam when they get a message about a package, especially during the holidays. Um, but still going around a lot now. We have some examples of these text messages and emails too. So let's take a look at some of these text messages. Lots of different variations of this one. So here's one example of a text message from USPS. Due to invalid address, you have a package that needs to be delivered, but it has been suspended due to incorrect delivery address. And then it asks you to update your address before 24 hours, otherwise it can be returned to sender. To delivery, notice there's a spelling error to delivery. Your package, please update your address by clicking the link below. And it's got a link to a fake website that's going to try to steal your personal and financial details. Another similar example here. And it's interesting because it contains the same little end text here about the whole please reply yes, the next SMS. So, I wonder if the same organization or group that's running those unpaid toll scams are also running this one because it looks extremely similar as far as the text they include at the end and the fake website links. There's just another version of that text message that was received. Then we have this version. So this one was actually sent to me directly. And I thought it was interesting because it looked different from what you usually receive for these undeliverable package scams. But in this one, it was actually a group chat that was started. And the group chat was renamed to USPS. So I guess it's an attempt to make it seem like it's more convincing. Like, wow, I actually received something that says USPS, up top. So maybe it's done to make it feel more legit. But it's just another version of these undeliverable package scams. Since the package does not have a house number, the package transportation is interrupted. Please update. And it's got a link to a fake website. Now, it's important to note that UPS, FedEx, USPS, they don't send out notices like this. If you get a text message like this, it's fake. 100% it's fake. There's also other versions of this one where they send attachments to you. And if you open the attachment, then it has a link to the fake website. So instead of including a link in the text message, they have an attachment with the link. Never open attachments that you weren't expecting. That goes for text messages, emails. You never want to open attachments, especially ones with a funky name like this, that you weren't expecting from someone you don't know. And even if you know the person, be suspicious. If you weren't expecting an attachment, you might want to confirm they actually meant to send it to you. Because the attachment could be anything. You open this, it could affect you with a virus too. In this case, usually these just have a link to the website, the fake website that impersonates USPS. But it could have something malicious in it too if they wanted. So in this example, there's an HTML file. And in this example, it's similar, except this has a PDF file attached. So you might get a text message with the HTML attachment. You might get a text message with a PDF file attachment. They're all going to direct you to these fake websites. All right, well, what fake website? Well, let me show you. I'm glad you asked. So here's one example of these fake websites it might send you to. And like these other fake websites, they make it look as legit as possible. They use the same colors as USPS would. They put the logo up there. It looks pretty legit, right? And they'll ask your personal information, your shipping address, and they'll tell you got to pay like $3 or something like that for a redelivery fee. And that's how the narrative goes. You pay a redelivery fee for your package. You put your card number, expiration date in there. It actually goes to scammer. And this is another one of those examples where you don't even have to click continue. From what I understand, if you type your card number in there, in real time, it's actually going to a scammer in the background. But you don't even have to click continue. So even if you realize, you type in your information, you realize, oh, shoot, I'm being scammed. It's too late. Even if you didn't click continue, they still got whatever you typed into these boxes. So this is one example of the website. And here's another example of one of these fake websites. And again, they used the United States Postal Service logo, and this one wants $3 for redelivery. Red flag is Comic Sans was used for the website. That might be a red flag. But yeah, these fake undeliverable package text messages are extremely common right now, and they're still pretty popular. Great story about these. I love this story. So on Wired, let me bring up the article. Wired magazine did an article about this undeliverable package scam. I'll share it with you right now. And I love this story. So a guy named Grant Smith, who's an IT guy, his wife fell for this scam. Right, she got the text message about an undeliverable package, and she fell for it. She entered her credit card details. Right, so Grant Smith wasn't happy about this, and he decided that he wasn't going to take this, and he was going to get right back to the scammers. Right, so he ended up infiltrating the scammers who are sending out these text messages. Right, um, and what he discovered was it's actually a Chinese hacking group, or at least in this case, right? It was a Chinese hacking group, scammer group, and they were sending out over 100,000 scam texts per day. That's how many texts this one group running this undeliverable package scam was sending. 100,000 scam texts a day telling people that their packages weren't deliverable. All right. So he infiltrates their system. Right. He finds out it's a Chinese language group behind the Smishing campaign. That's what they call text message phishing, or these malicious text messages called smishing, SMS, and then phishing. They combine them into one word. All right. And he found that there were 438,000 unique credit cards logged by these scammers. Right. So over 500,000 credit cards were entered by victims. And most of them were like multiple credit cards for per victim. But these scammers, this one group, who knows how many other groups are running the same scam, but this one group doing the undeliverable package scams, right? Almost 500,000 unique credit cards. So business is lucrative for them. They're going to keep on doing it. You know, people are falling for it. The scammers are making money. They're going to keep on sending out these text messages. Many people entered multiple cards each, he says, and there were more than 50,000 email addresses were logged. Including hundreds of university email addresses and 20 military or government email domains, right? So that means 20 military officials or government officials, military or government, 20 of them fell for this scam and entered their credit card details into these Chinese scammers. The victims were spread across the United States. California had the most victims with over 141,000 entries. It's about a third of victims, quarter of victims. With more than 1.2 million pieces of information being entered in total, right? So, but I do love this story because the husband got angry, his wife fell for it, and he decided not to take it, and he fought back, infiltrated the Chinese scammers behind this specific instance of the scam, and he discovered all this information. And it's very useful information, right? One, he discovered it's a Chinese group that was doing it. Two, he discovered that they had over almost 500,000 credit cards, stolen from victims. Yeah, so I thought it was an interesting story, and it gives you an idea of how widespread this scam is, and it explains why they're doing it. I mean, people are falling for it. It's being successful, so these scammers are going to keep on doing it. So that was a Wired news article that references these undeliverable package scams. It's very useful information, I thought. But again, that was just one group that was sending out over 100,000 of these scam texts per day, he discovered. One Chinese group. Who knows how many more are doing it. But yeah, so be on the lookout for these undeliverable package text messages. And also, it's not just text message that this scam is targeting people with. There's also an email version of this undeliverable package scam, which I'm going to share with you right now. Scamware 101 was actually the first to report on this, and the only to report on this version of the scam. It seems like it popped up during November and December and then disappeared after the holidays, which is interesting because that's what these scammers do. They'll put up these phishing websites and these fake websites, but they'll take them offline when they're not in use. They don't just leave them online to get discovered and taken down. They put them online, they target people, and then they take them offline. But we released a video about the email version of this scam, this undeliverable package scam. And to date, as far as I've known to date, we're the only ones to actually publish examples of this version of the scam too. Because I believe it came up, I think it popped up and then went away. But it'll show up again for sure. But anyway, so this version of undeliverable package scam targets emails, right? And on my screen, you can see two different examples of the email. And you can see it's dated November 16th. Here's the email that impersonates FedEx. We're sorry, your package appears to be delayed. All right. This one came in November 16th, right before Black Friday. And then November 22nd, very, very similar, sent by the same group, impersonating UPS. We're sorry, your package appears to be missing. Right? It's got the email has a UPS logo, one with FedEx's FedEx logo, right? But this version of the scam is a little bit different. So the previous version of the scam, the text message version, right? They want you to pay a delivery fee. You click on a link and pay a delivery fee, right? And they want to steal your credit card details. That's the text message version of the scam. The email version of this scam is interesting because in this version of the scam, they're not saying anything about authorizing redelivery or paying for redelivery, but they're offering a compensation product to make up for your package being delayed or missing. FedEx and UPS, they do not offer compensation products for missing packages. It'd be nice if they did, but they don't. If you get emails like these, it's a scam. FedEx and UPS does not offer these. But let me show you what happens when you click the link, because I made sure to click the link and start documenting it, and I wanted to share it with everybody, which we go over this in more detail in the video that I released. But so if you click the links, it actually takes you to websites that, again, they look like UPS or FedEx. They're branded, they have their logos or colors. It pretty much says the same thing. Your package has been missing. They give you a fake tracking number, fake details, right? And then the same deal. They give you a button that says, click, get your compensation now. And this one looks like FedEx. This one looks like UPS. Same story. Fake tracking number, get your compensation now. Right? And what happens is these links are actually going to take you to a fake website. A fake website with all these products listed. And I'm going to show you that next. Because what happens with this scam is another example about how one version of a scam evolves into a different version. Like this started off as an undeliverable package scam. Right? But once you click that link, it evolves into a fake retail website scam. Right? So before I show you those fake retail websites, just be aware that these undeliverable package scams, you're being targeted by text message. You're also being targeted by email. Again, I feel like they're starting to slow down a little bit. I'm not seeing as many headlines about these. It's most popular during the holidays, but these undeliverable package scams are still going around. A lot of people fall for them too. So. Then another common scam we're going to talk about, and then we're going to go into red flags. And after red flags, we got a lot more scams to go over. But the last one for now, until we talk about red flags, is the fake retail website scams. And again, these are popular all year round, but they always pick up during the holidays, the fake retail websites. So let me show you the examples for that one. So these fake retail websites. Scammers create fake websites to sell products that are never delivered. Victims are lured by unbeatable deals and lose money once they pay. These scams often target holiday shoppers or those seeking trending items. Right, so these fake retail websites, you'll end up on one of these websites in a variety of ways, right? You might get an email offering you a special deal. You might get an email that I just showed you about the whole undeliverable package. Click here for free compensation, right? You might get ads, right? These scammers purchase ads on Google, on social media, right? So you might see an ad for a deal that redirects you to one of these fake retail websites. The key thing to remember about these fake retail websites is if you see an offer that's too good to be true, it probably is, right? And one of the narratives that they get you with is that they'll offer you a product if you just pay for shipping, right? And usually it'll be a product worth like $100, $200. And they're saying, all you got to do is pay for shipping and we'll send you this free product worth $200. So that's very common. So be suspicious of offers that say just pay shipping. So let me show you some screenshots of these fake retail websites. So this is these 3 screenshots I'm going to show you right now are actually examples from that undeliverable package email scam. These are the pages that it took me to when I clicked to get compensation now. But again, it doesn't have to be through an email that you ended up here. You could have clicked the ad, right? You could have got a text message, an email, an ad. So you can see in these examples, they got the Black Friday banner up top because that's around the time that I went there. I got these. And in this example, you could see that it's offering you wireless headphones. They say they're normally $175, right? But just pay shipping, $9. Pay shipping, and you'll get these headphones for $175, right? Too good to be true. And you see it asks all your shipping information, it asks your payment information. And again, an important thing to remember about these sites is they're live, meaning when you type your information in, as you type and hit the keys, they're actually logged in the background. So you don't even have to click order, for your information to be given to the scammer. Anything you type in here, as you type it, the scammer's going to get it. So you could get all the way to you could put in your shipping information, your credit card details, and then you can realize before clicking order, wait a minute, this is a scam. I'm not going to click order, right? But it doesn't matter because he's already got your information from just you typing it. So, but here's one example of a page that I was directed to for a fake retail website. Here's another example. This one is a portable heater. And it's the same, identical to the other page, right? It says it's $175 value. Get it now. Just pay $9 for shipping. And earbuds. All right, same deal. Save $175. Just pay $9 for shipping. Get these earbuds. Pre-Black Friday sale. And you probably can't see on the screen because it's so small, but they use all different domain names, website names for these. Right. So this one's at luxuryproductportal.com. This one's at technojoyhaven.com. So they'll do this. They'll register all these different websites and domain names. And one gets shut down, they just switch to another. So these are examples of fake retail websites. You definitely need to watch out for these. Again, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. We did the video about that. We actually have that under our knowledge base. We go to knowledge base. Or actually, no, I'm sorry. It's under the alerts here, scam alerts and announcements. But we did a pretty good write-up on that scam when we discovered it. Because, again, we were the only ones reporting about the fake retail website that came from that email, the compensation email. But we documented a bunch of information here. This way, if anybody's searching for it, they'll find it. We have the video here, the screenshots. And see all these. This is the list of all the websites that were being used. See down here at the bottom? Those are all the different websites and domain names that were involved in that one scam. Some redirect, some had the products listed. So they just register all these different websites and domain names. But anyway, that's the fake retail website scam. You definitely want to watch out for those. If a deal is too good to be true, or if they're offering a product, just pay for shipping. It's a red flag. Be careful. So that's the first batch of common scams that we're going to discuss. We got a lot more to discuss too. But before we discuss those, we're going to go into some common red flags. We'll get into that in about 2 minutes. But if you're just joining us, say hi in the chat. Click the thumbs up, click the heart. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Always appreciate the subscribers. Helps get our content out there. Our goal is to spread awareness. Any likes or subscribes always helps. You can follow us on social media too. We're on all your favorite social media sites. Um, our username on all of them, Scamaware101. Right? If you see another profile that claims to be Scamaware, but the name's not Scamaware101, it's a fake. Accept no imitations. You can also go to our website, and around the homepage we have a link to each of our social media profiles. So definitely follow us on your favorite social media. We're YouTube, please subscribe, right? We're also on Facebook, Threads, Instagram, Blue Sky, X, whichever you prefer. We're on all of those. So username is Scamware101, and we have the links right on our homepage if you can't find us. Also, while you're on our website, take a minute, subscribe to our mailing list. Click join mailing list. Pop in your name and email, and just be aware it's going to send you a confirmation email. So it might go to your junk folder. Check your junk folder and make sure to click the link to activate it. Again, though, if you're just joining, say hi in the chat. Let us know you're here. I see a bunch of people here, so interact. Let us know what you want to talk about. I want to hear stories about scams. If you encountered them, which scams are you being targeted with? What text messages, emails are you getting? Have you fallen victim to any of these scams? Do you know anyone that's fallen victim to these scams? I want to hear your story. We're going to go into red flags in a moment. All right. Let me get my red flag slides up. Just joining us, please click the like, the heart, say hello in the chat. All right, so let's talk common red flags. So one of these things that we learn as victims share their stories, we start learning about the red flags to watch out for. And there's usually some common red flags that are very similar across the victim stories. And just awareness of these red flags might be enough to have prevented them from becoming a victim, right? So we make sure to mention these red flags every week on our live stream. We mention them in our videos. We did a video specifically on these red flags. If you visit our YouTube channel, and again, if you're not subscribed yet, please subscribe. Appreciate it. But on our YouTube channel, we have a video about these red flags. We released it, I think, about 2 weeks ago. Let's see. 3 weeks ago, right over here. And we share these red flags. The slides that we're about to go over now are all in this video. Which, by the way, if you haven't checked out these videos yet, definitely check out our videos. All right. Red flag number 1. Give me a heart for red flag number 1. Is that the right terminology? Give me a heart. Click the heart. I don't know what the right terminology is. Someone find out what the cool lingo is these days for clicking the heart. So red flag number 1. They direct you to a third-party chat app like Telegram or WhatsApp to continue the conversation. Right? So that's a huge red flag. Scammers love to use third-party chat apps like Telegram and WhatsApp. Right? It's easier to communicate with victims in other countries. It's a lot easier to use a chat app than it is to send text messages to victims in other countries. And also, it offers more anonymity for the scammer to hide behind. Right? They'll use these third-party apps, and they have more protection there. They're able to hide who they are, where they're at. And so scammers love to use apps like Telegram and WhatsApp. So we've found in many scams, after they initiate contact, they'll initiate contact by phone or text message first. But once contact is initiated, they'll direct the victim to continue talking on a third-party app like Telegram or WhatsApp. And we've seen this in a lot of in a lot of scams. It's part of the playbook for certain scams. For example, in romance scams, fake dating profiles lure in new victims. Then, once the fake dating profile, the person behind it's talking to the victim, they'll direct them to continue talking on WhatsApp. So we see that a lot on like dating websites where you find a match and the match is like, "Hey, come talk to me on WhatsApp." All right. We see this in wrong number scams. So this scammer will start a conversation through a text message. They'll just send a random text message to a phone number and say, "Oh, I have the wrong phone number, but you seem nice. Let's continue talking." Right, and then it'll direct the person to WhatsApp to continue talking. It's a red flag. And then investment scams. They'll direct the victim to Telegram or WhatsApp group to pump up an investment or appear more legit. Right, in Telegram channels, they can have bots, right? So there'll be bots in there that are pumping up a scam, and they'll give you a false sense of, oh, there's community and interest in this investment, but it's all part of the scam. So scammers they love to direct you to third party apps like Telegram and WhatsApp to continue a conversation, and they're also able to build up more of a friendship or trust with the victim as well, because now they could share pictures easier, they could share videos easier, right? They could do video calls and things like that. So Telegram and WhatsApp, that's red flag number one. If someone directs you there to continue a conversation, it's a red flag. You should stop. Click the heart for red flag number one. Click the 100% for red flag number one. Red flag number two. Now, we mentioned this one a lot already. We saw a lot of examples in our headlines today and scam examples of this red flag. They request payment in gift cards, prepaid debit cards, or cryptocurrency, or they ask you to deposit cash at a Bitcoin ATM. That's always a red flag, right? Legit government agencies and organizations, very rarely are they they're not accepting gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency. They're not directing you to go deposit cash at a Bitcoin ATM. Like, these aren't things that legitimate organizations or government agencies are doing. Right. So it should always be a red flag if you're talking, especially a bank. Like, this is the go-to with that bank impersonation scam. They get you on the phone. They tell you a hacker's in your account. Your identity's been stolen. Right. They tell you got to move the money, and when they tell you to move the money, they're going to tell you to go buy gift cards, prepaid cards, or to withdraw it, purchase cryptocurrency, deposit at a Bitcoin ATM. Right. Those are all red flags when they request unusual forms of payment like that, right? And why? Why do they get paid? Why do they want to get paid this way? Scammers prefer to get paid this way because it's easier to move and transfer funds quickly, right? And it's also harder for victims to recover the money after it's sent, right? So that's why scammers, they'll tell you to purchase gift cards and they'll have you take a picture of the gift cards. You send them the pictures, right? And then what they'll do, a lot of times they'll just sell the gift cards on a third party gift card site, right? They'll sell the gift cards and take the money, and you're never gonna get back, right? Prepaid cards, same deal, because they could just go resell and actually they can almost launder it, right? Um, Cryptocurrency obviously is very hard to get that back once it's set. So those are red flags. If you're dealing with somebody that requests payment in gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency, you gotta stop and reanalyze what's going on. Here's some examples of scams that is part of the playbook to ask for payment in this way. We have IRS and Social Security scams, right? Scammers have been known to impersonate government agencies and then they ask for payment in gift cards or cryptocurrency. Romance scams. Scammers will often request gift cards and cryptocurrency from an emotionally attached victim, right? And the victim just thinks, "Oh, I'm just giving gift cards to my significant other, and I'm sending cryptocurrency and deposit." And it sounds silly, right? It sounds silly to like talk about it and say it out loud, but it's happening. It's happening, and these scammers are very convincing, and people are falling for it, right? So if you're dealing with somebody that's requesting gift cards and cryptocurrency from you, especially on a dating site that you've never met, don't do it. Don't go sending money to somebody who's never met before. There's the bank impersonation scams. The victims withdraw cash from the bank and purchase gift cards as instructed by the scammers. We heard this mentioned a couple times in the examples and headlines we're talking about. So that's red flag number two. They request payment in gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency, or depositing cash at a Bitcoin ATM. You hear any of those, I mean, alarm bells need to be going off in your head. If someone says, "Okay, you can pay me in a gift card or cryptocurrency," you hear Bitcoin ATM, it's a scam. Don't do it. Give me a heart, 100% for red flag number two. Not 100%, 100. Give me the 100. By the way, if anybody's just joining us, say hi in the chat. Click the thumbs up, click the heart, say hi. Red flag number three. They ask you to provide a code that was sent to your phone by text message. So no one should ever be telling you they're going to send a code to your phone and that you need to reply with the code. Right? That's a huge red flag. There's many scams that's part of, right? So as somebody's and we see this a lot on like Facebook Marketplace, on Craigslist, on sites where you're selling and buying things. This is a very common scam. The person on the other end, they'll say that they want to confirm your identity, right? And they'll say, "We're sending you a code. Please confirm the code." But what they're actually doing is they're trying to access your account or trying to create an account, right, with your phone number. And when they do that, a code gets sent to your phone. And if you provide that code to them, you're authorizing them to create that account or access the account, right? So let's see. So some examples, right? They're trying to open an account using the victim's phone number. They're trying to log into an account linked to the victim's phone number, or they're trying to reset the victim's password to gain access to the victim's account that's linked to the phone number, right? And I'm sure we're all familiar with getting those PIN numbers sent to us, multi-factor authentication, right? And that's what these scammers do. They'll go to create an account. And we'll talk about that more in a second, but they'll go to create an account linked to your phone, and they want you to provide the code back to them to authorize it. And usually, again, narrative is they're just trying to confirm your identity before selling you an item or confirm your identity before buying an item from you. It's a very common narrative that you see on like Facebook Marketplace and Craigslist and other websites where you're selling things to people. Some scams that is known as part of playbook is send you a code, right? Is account login attempts, right? If you provide the code to the scammer, you'll grant them access to your account. They'll be able to log into your account, right? The password reset requests. If you give the code to the scammer, you authorize them to reset your password and essentially give them access to the account, right? And there's Google Voice scams, and this is I think this is one of the more popular scams that they do with these PIN codes, right? They create these accounts under Google Voice, right? The scammers create an account and they want to link your phone number to the account. Google Voice sends you a PIN number, you provide that to the scammer, they're able to create and link that account to your phone number. And now what they do is they're able to use that Google Voice account to scam other people. They'll call other people from the Google Voice account. It'll show your phone number when they're calling people as part of their scam. And that's how they create these Google Voice accounts with fake phone numbers. They use other people's information. And that's how they authorize it. They send a PIN code to the victim. And if the victim replies back with the PIN code, they authorize their phone number to be attached to this Google Voice account. So that's red flag number three. Again, these happen a lot on the marketplace websites. If you're buying or selling, you'll probably run into this one. Never give a code sent to your phone by someone to someone. Right? It's a scam. If they tell you they're going to send you a code to your phone, it's a red flag. Don't do it. And again, these red flags, we did a video about these red flags, so go check it out a little later if you want. Let us know in the chat if you run into these red flags before. These are very common red flags. In a lot of victim stories, these pop up constantly. So let us know if you've ever run into these red flags. If you know someone that didn't recognize these red flags and became a victim. So red flag number 4. Oh, hit the heart for red flag number 3. Red flag number 4. They ask to connect your PC to assist or investigate an issue. This has become so common now. Scammers, they try to access your PC. It's like giving them the keys to your house. You do not want to let these people on your PC, right? They ask to connect your PC to assist or investigate an issue. Why would they do this? Well, they want to steal your logins and passwords, right? And you let them on your PC. If you have any saved usernames and passwords in Chrome, for example, one of the first things that these scammers will do when they get on your PC is they'll extract those passwords. Like there's software they can just steal the passwords, right? For any passwords you have saved, they're on your PC. They can extract them, right? Uh, they want to steal or encrypt your personal files, including documents or pictures, right? So you let someone on your computer, they're gonna have access to your documents, your pictures, um, personal stuff, right? And then they could blackmail you if there's anything, you know, any personal pictures you don't want them to see. They can steal any financial documents. Usually, they can find enough details about you to steal your identity, right? Attempt to access online banking websites and other financial information. Once they're on the PC, they're going to try to get you to go into your websites. They're going to steal cookies too. They're going to steal your cookies, which what that means is they steal your cookies, they install them over on their computer, and now they're able to access your accounts that you were already logged into. Cookies keep track of the accounts you're already logged into. If somebody steals those cookies, they could fool the websites into thinking that you're already logged into them, and then they could access your banking websites, for example. And once they're on your PC too, they'll also try to walk you through opening your banking websites, and it's all part of their scam. Do not let people on your PC. Right? Everybody should only have specific people that they trust to work on their PC. Whether maybe it's your local computer shop, right? Maybe they're the ones that are going to deal with your PC, or maybe someone you work with, right? Maybe tech support at work will handle your PC, right? Or maybe you have a family member or friend that handles your PC issues for you. It should only be specific people that you trust to let on your PC. Never let some stranger over the internet access your PC. And there's a lot of common scams that they're all the goal is to get onto your PC, right? And some of those scams include, and we're going to talk about this one as soon as we get through these red flags. We're going to go through another batch of scams, and these scams are actually in that batch we're going to go over shortly. But a fake virus alert or tech support scam. So many people have lost money to this scam. Someone's just browsing the internet and they get a pop-up that says they're infected with a virus. I'm going to show you examples of these. Stay tuned to this live stream because we're going to go over. I got about 10 different examples of these pop-ups to be aware of, right? So a pop-up it's a website though. It's just a web page pop-up, but it looks legit and it says you're infected with a virus. Call this phone number. It's a tech support scam. So the victim gets this pop-up. They are afraid because it says all these terrible things about you have a virus, your data is getting stolen, et cetera, call this number. They call the phone number, right? They're actually being connected to a scammer. There's a scammer on the other end, right? The pop-up will say that's Microsoft support or Apple Care support, but it's a scammer, right? And the victim lets their guard down because they're the one that's actually dialing the phone number, right? They've been convinced by this pop-up, oh, I got a virus to call this number. They think they're calling Microsoft, so they let their guard down, right? They don't realize they're actually talking to a scammer. And what because scammers, there's call centers full of scammers. Like that's what they're doing. They're sitting in a call is full of scammers as this call center waiting for you to call them as a result from these fake pop-ups and tech support scams. Right. So, and the first thing they do is when you reach one of these tech support scammers, first thing they do is they ask to connect to your PC. And it's game over. Once they're on your PC, they can install something on there where they have access. Even when you're not there, they'll be able to access your PC. They're going to extract your passwords. It's no good. You can't let these people on your PC. So, in fact, anybody that's on here right now, think of who you would call if you got a pop-up that said you had a virus, right? Think of who your loved ones would call, your parents, your grandparents, if they got a pop-up that said they had a virus. It's important for them to know who their contact is. Who's the family member that they're going to call if they have a computer problem? Who's the tech that they're going to call if they have a problem, right? They need to be aware that if a pop-up says to call this number that they have a virus, they got to be trained to be like, I'm not calling that number. I have my computer guy. I'm going to call John. He's my computer guy. I'm not going to call this random number that just popped up on my screen, right? So having that plan of action in effect, even just having a conversation with your loved ones, but hey, what would you do if a pop-up said, call this number, you're infected with the virus? You wouldn't call that number, right? You'd call me. Don't call that number, right? Just making that awareness known where it's like, if you ever get a pop-up like this, don't call the number. that 2-minute conversation could be enough to spare someone the headache and pain that comes along with getting scammed. Because then they'll know. They get that pop up that says, "Call this number for support." No, I'm not calling this number. I got my own computer guy. I'm calling them. Right. So think about who you would call in this situation. And if you have any loved ones, older loved ones, what would they do? Would they call you? Would they have somebody to call? Or would they call that tech support number? And again, we're going to go over that scam in a little bit. I have lots of good examples of that scam. But anyway, for those that just joined, we're going to red flag number 4. If someone asks to connect to your PC to assist with an issue, it's a red flag, even if you were the one that called them. Right? Fake order scams. They impersonate customer support assisting with an order. Right. We're going to go over fake order scams too after we're done with these red flags. That's extremely popular scam right now. It's targeting users. Users get targeted with they get a fake order notification. It says they made a purchase or an order, right? And then it says to call this number to dispute it. The victim calls the number. They let their guard down because they think they're calling customer support, right? So they let their guard down, but they don't realize they're actually calling the phone number of a scammer. Okay. And then when they connect to scammer, they say, "Yeah, let me connect to your PC. I'll help you out with that." It's game over. And then we got the fake fraudulent activity, right? Impersonates an agency investigating fraud to gain access to victim's PC. This is kind of like that whole phantom hacker term that we learned about the other day, right? Or that's what they're calling this narrative, where the scammer calls you and he says that he's with an organization investigating fraud. Might say they're with the bank, might say they're with FBI or something like that. We've seen reports that they claim they're with the CIA, investigating fraud, right? But they'll impersonate an agency investigating fraud and they'll ask to access your computer. And they'll say, "We're going to let us access your computer. We'll check your accounts for suspicious activity," right? You let them on your computer and then they have you open all your banking websites and they're going to take your money. Don't let these people on your computer. If someone wants to connect your computer, it's a red flag, right? And you should only let trusted people that you've dealt with before, your IT guy, connect your computer. It's like a car. Everybody has someone that works on their car, whether it's a local mechanic or a friend that's good with the car, right? You wouldn't just let some complete stranger off the internet, some random pop-up say, "I'm gonna go work on your car." But anyway, that's red flag number 4. Give me a heart, give me a like in the chat for red flag number 4. Hey, Deb, there you are. I was wondering where you were. It wasn't the same without you the first half of our live stream. You missed all the good headlines. I think we're going over all the the common scams now we usually cover every week. Had a lot of good headlines this week too that weren't very common. So that's red flag number 4. For anybody else just joining us, please click the heart, click subscribe to our YouTube channel. More subscribers, more likes we get, helps spread awareness. That's our goal here, spread awareness. Also, take a minute, subscribe to our mailing list. Go to scamaware101.com. You can click join mailing list. I also pinned that link up here in the chat to join the mailing list that way as well. So that's red flag number 4. So one more red flag to go, and then we'll get into some more common scams. There are no stupid questions, Deb, just stupid people. Red flag number 5. They request that you keep matter confidential or secret. So we saw this a lot in some other of the scam headlines and the scams we were talking about earlier, right? Specifically like the bank scam, where they tell you to lie about why you're withdrawing money. They don't want you the teller to know. But yeah, keeping things confidential or secret, that's always a red flag. It's common for scammers to ask for confidentiality, right? They don't want you to discuss the situation with other people. The more people you talk to, the more likely you'll be told it's a scam. And the scammers know this, right? So they want to keep you on the phone. They don't want to give you a chance to call anybody else. There's been stories where the scammer will stay on the phone with you while you drive to the bank, go in, withdraw money, and they'll be on the phone waiting for you. Put your phone down in the car, go withdraw the money, and they'll wait on the phone for you in the car to pick it back up, right? So they don't want you discussing what's going on with other people, because other people, the more people you talk to, the more likely you're going to be told it's a scam. So requests for confidentiality or secrecy are red flags. And some examples of scams where this happens in, as part of the playbook, we have a grandparent scam. When they say a relative has been arrested and needs money for release, they claim the relative is embarrassed and asks not to tell anybody, which it would make sense, right? You have a relative that gets arrested for something stupid. It makes sense that they would be embarrassed about it and not want you to tell anybody. Scammers know that, so they work it into the narrative, and that's their request for confidentiality in this case. So that's a red flag. Investment scams. They'll tell you they have an inside tip and not to tell anybody. They'll tell you a price is just for you and don't tell anyone you're getting it at that price. Right? That's all part of the scam. And they're asking for confidentiality. Right? Inheritance scams. I'm going to show you an example of this inheritance scam because there's actually letters going out that impersonate law offices claiming you have an inheritance. In a letter, it will always request confidentiality, right? So that's a red flag. You get some random letter telling you you're going to inherit $10 million, not to tell anybody. Red flags, right? The fake fraudulent activity, like we were just talking about before, they impersonate an agency investigating fraud, and they'll tell you not to reveal that there's an investigation to anybody because you'll put the investigation at risk, right? And that's the narrative that they tell you not to tell. Don't tell a teller because she's under investigation too, as part of this bank. She might be under investigation. You can't tell her. They request confidentiality. So there's some examples of these scams that specifically request confidentiality. And it should be a red flag if you ever run into to this. So click the heart and give me a like for red flag number 5. Here's a quick summary of the 5 red flags we talked about. Red flag number 1, they direct you to a third-party chat app like Telegram or WhatsApp. Always a red flag. They request payment in gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency, or depositing cash at a Bitcoin ATM. Always a red flag. They ask you to provide a code that was sent to your phone by a text message. Very popular scam, red flag. They ask to connect your PC to assist or investigate an issue. Don't let strangers on a PC. Red flag. They request that you keep the matter confidential or secret. That's red flag number 5. So that's it for 5 common red flags. There's a lot more. I'm going to come out with another video and 5 more red flags. But definitely watch out for those 5 red flags that we just talked about. So many victims, they tell us a story, and those red flags are part of it. Usually multiple red flags. So just being aware of that could be enough to help. How's everybody doing? We're going to go over some more common scams. 5 minutes, 8:45. We'll go into this next batch of common scams. We got the tech support scam coming up. It's a good batch of common scams here, right? Tech support scam, lots of good examples. We got a wrong number scam, lots of good examples. Fake order scam. I have some recordings, phone recordings, text message examples, right? The fake order scams, they're targeting victims by text message, by phone, by email, right? We got the grandparent scam. Have an amazing recording of a scammer actually trying to perform a grandparent scam on someone. So I'll show you that video, and then gift card scams as well. Let's see who we got in the chat. What's going on here? Deb, welcome back. Welcome back. We still got John. We got Deb. Looks like the users dropped out of nowhere. That's interesting. But if you're with us, give us a heart, click the like, say hi in the chat. Let us know about your stories, any scams you've encountered, any scams your friends have encountered. If they've fallen victim for them, which text message are you being targeted with? Are you getting undeliverable package text messages? Are you getting unpaid toll text messages? They're all scams, but they're very common scams. Gonna go into this next batch in 3 more minutes. In the meantime, if you're just joining us, say hi in the chat. Click the heart, click the thumbs up, tell us what you want to talk about. Join our mailing list. You go to scamware101.com, click join mailing list. You can also click the link at the top of the chat I have pinned. If you don't follow us on Facebook or Threads, we're on them all: Facebook, Threads, Instagram, X, Blue Sky. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. The more subscriptions we get, the more likes we get. It helps spread our content, supports our goal of spreading awareness. We do this live stream every week, 5:45 p.m. Eastern. Join our mailing list for reminders. You send out a reminder about an hour before the live stream each week. The publishing clearinghouse scams, Katie, like the fake lottery scams. I mean, I don't think they ever went anywhere. I mean, I don't know if they're gonna come back as publishing clearinghouse, but there's a lot of fake lottery scams, fake sweepstake scams. A lot of those are going on social media. They'll message you randomly on social media and say, "Hey, you've been selected for a free prize or win a lottery." I like the Mandela effect, right? The publishing clearinghouse, right? Ed McMahon was never who remembers Ed McMahon from Publishing Clearinghouse going to doors and delivering their winnings to them. There's that whole Mandela effect, right? You look it up. Ed McMahon was never there. It's very strange. Very strange. Yeah, I don't know if that one specifically is going to come back or not, but there's all different versions of the sweepstakes. And there's different variations. They'll tell you you want a prize or a product, or they'll tell you to scan a QR code. Congratulations, you want a free product or you won the sweepstakes. Scan this QR code. It's actually a scam. All right, let's go into this next batch of scams. We got a long live stream tonight. Just click the heart, see if we get some more people in here. It's great to see you, Katie and Deb too. Always appreciate the regulars. So let's start with wrong number scams. Well, John, that goes without saying. I'd be lost here without John in the chat. All right, wrong number scams. Let's get into it. Scammers send messages claiming they've reached the wrong number to initiate conversation. Over time, they manipulate victims for money or personal details. So the thing about these wrong number scams is it's a way for them to initiate conversation. The final scam or the end scam and narrative could be different. It could vary from case to case. But the point of a wrong number scam is to initiate conversation with potentially new victims. And what they do is they just send text messages, random complete text messages to random phone numbers. And the goal is to get someone to reply. Even if they just reply saying you got the wrong phone number, that's still part of the goal, right? So some of you might have wondered why do I get so many wrong number text messages? Well, they're scams. That's why. So let's talk about these wrong number scams. At the least, at the least, if you reply to these wrong number scams, you're confirming that your phone number is active, that you read the text message, and that you'll actually reply to it, right? And that alone is valuable to a scammer. Now they know that you have an active phone number, you read the text messages, and they'll target you with different scams now from different phone numbers, and they'll add you to the list to continue targeting. So even just replying to somebody's wrong number scam, even just to say wrong number, you want to be nice and let the person know you got a wrong number, but even replying is it indicates that a scammer you have a real phone number and it makes you a target. So at the very least, you don't even want to reply to these. You don't even want to reply. But if you do reply, there are common scripts that end up getting followed. And let me show you some examples first. So wrong number scams, they can start off with pretty much a message that says anything. Right? We have, excuse me, is this Emma? Hi, Anna, I'm Josie. Or it could just start with saying hi. Just the point is to send a random text message. The scammer sends a random text message out. Right. And the goal is to get somebody to reply, who is this? Or you have a wrong phone number. Right. So that's how it gets initiated. Here's some more recent examples. The first time I'm sharing this example, this was shared from a friend of mine recently. Right, he just gets a random message. I think this is WhatsApp actually. He just gets a random message that says, "Hey Joe, how was your day going? Are you busy?" Right, it's got a cute little gif there trying to get your attention. But this is an example of a wrong number scam. They're just sending the same message to hundreds and thousands of other people and to see who replies. And once they reply, now we'll give you a few more examples here. Right. So here's another example. Sometimes a common way for them to initiate it, again, they can initiate it with any type of text, but a common one is saying something like, have a cup of coffee together, want to meet up for coffee, right? Because then someone's going to reply, wait a minute, who is this? And that's the goal is to get somebody to reply saying, who is this or a wrong number, right? So in this example, gets a random text, let's have a cup of coffee together sometime. Person replies back, who is this? They get some fake story, this is Laura, Zoe, I've forgotten, eventually say wrong number. Okay. What's going to happen is the scammer then apologizes for having the wrong number, but they try to continue the conversation, right? Now, I recommend not even replying to a wrong number, right? Just assume it's a scam and don't even reply. But if you do find yourself in a situation where you're replying, if they try to continue the conversation after it's confirmed to be a wrong number, it's a scammer, right? So in this case, you could see like it's confirmed. There's a wrong number. I'm sorry. And then they start asking, where are you from? They're going to start asking things. Like, oh, sorry, I had the wrong number. But anyway, where are you from? What's your name? What's your age? Right. So that's what's going on in this example. We have another example. Hi, I'm Margaret. Are you Lillian? No, I'm Izzy. Oh, I'm really sorry. I made a mistake. Hope I didn't disturb you. That's okay. Right. But does the conversation end? No. They continue. Thank you for understanding. You're a kind of person. I'm 36 years old. Would you mind telling me your age? Right. So now we're trying to get the person's age. So these are real examples of these wrong number scams. How they try to initiate a conversation and learn about new victims. Once they have your name, age, and location, right? They can pretty much determine your sex from your name, right? And once they have that information, they can decide what scam to then target you with. They might want to target you with a romance scam. They might target you with a pig butchering scam, right? But they'll decide that based on your responses to them. This is one that was sent to me. Right? And they'll often do this. They'll include a picture of an attractive woman to try and entice a reply, right? And you can see in this example, I get a completely random message. Hi, Byron, I'm Jane, right? And it's got a picture of her. And then I don't reply, right? You can see that the initial text came in at 1:58 p.m. I don't reply, right? And 4 hours later, they send me a follow-up text. Have you gotten the pictures I've sent? Right. So they'll send text messages like this with pictures, and they'll send follow-up texts, and they want to get you to reply. Right? Even if you're just replying to say like, "Sorry, you got the wrong number." That's what they're trying to get me to do. Right. We did a video about these wrong number scams, and it's almost up to 78,000 views so far. Most of my videos, I'm lucky to hit 1,000 views, but the video on these wrong number scams, it, it's almost up to 78,000 views so far. A lot of people are getting targeted with these scams. It's got some great comments on the video too. A lot of people commented they got the exact same text message, the same picture, right? So apparently Jane's been cheating on me with the internet. But this is a common one. And we have another example here. This is a real example. So when I was working on that wrong number video, we actually got a text from a scammer, and I was like, you know what, let me reply back, and we'll see where this goes. And I'll use the example in the video. So here's some actual examples. We're targeted by a wrong number scam, right? We get a completely random text message says hi. Okay. And we reply back like anybody else. Hi, who is this? And it says, I'm Karina. Are you David? And they give you the whole fake story. We met at a party last week at Linda's, and it's like, no, sorry, you have the wrong number, right? It's normal conversation, but it doesn't stop, right? It's confirmed she has the wrong number. Oh my gosh, I checked and found out I entered the wrong area code. I hope this doesn't bother you. That's okay, no problem, right? But then they try to continue it. My name is Karina. What can I call you? You seem friendly and polite, right? So now they're trying to get your name, right? We replied back Pat just to kind of mess with them because Pat could be a woman or a guy, right? So we replied back Pat just to cause a little confusion, right? And then they replied, you have a beautiful name. I am from Malaysia, currently living in Los Angeles. Where do you live? So now they're asking where I live, right? So that's how you start. They ask your name, they ask where you live, they ask your age, right? And then they decide what to scam you with. So at this point, we cut off the conversation. I was flattered that they said I had a beautiful name. That's always nice, but I knew it was a scammer, and we cut the conversation off. But these are examples of wrong number scams. The whole point is to find new victims, to trick them into replying back to a text, whether it's to say you have the wrong number or to ask who it is. So watch out for these wrong number scams. It's best to just ignore them. Even if it is somebody that actually has a wrong number, they'll figure it out. I don't reply. It's not worth replying. Replying just confirms that your phone number is active and makes you more of a target. Thanks, Deb. Oh yeah, yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, John keeps on calling me AI because we've gotten some comments of people calling me AI, which I always get a kick out of. I don't have the best processing power for doing these videos, video editing. So sometimes there's like a little bit of delay on the audio, or it's good enough, but there's these little video quality things that people pick up on. I think it's AI. Like they'll be like, oh, the lips don't match with the text, and this is kind of funny. And so I was like, oh, he never shows his hands. It's because my keyboard's here. Nobody wants to see my keyboard. Here's my hands, But anyway, I've become popular enough to be accused of AI, so I guess I'll take that as a compliment. But it's a great conversation starter because we could then talk about how AI impacts scams and where these scams are going because of AI, right? So, if anybody just joined in, welcome to the live stream, our weekly scam awareness live stream. Click the thumbs up, click the heart, say hi in the chat. Let us know your experiences with scams. If you ever fell victim, know someone who's fallen victim, tell us about the text messages you're getting and the emails you're getting. I want to hear your stories. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Always need more subscribers. And you can join our mailing list by going to our website, scamaware101.com, and clicking Join Mailing List. We also have the link pinned at the top of the chat. We're just going over some common scams right now. This next one is tech support scam. So these tech support scams, we talked about this a little earlier. These are extremely common. And unfortunately, a lot of seniors are falling for this one. So how this tech support scam works, let me bring up my examples here. Fraudsters impersonate tech support representatives, claiming there's a virus or problem with a victim's device. They request access to the victim's PC to steal personal information and financial data. Right. So these tech support scams are extremely common. We hear about the victims that fell for this, and I mean they get cleared out. The scammers running these scams, they're ruthless. They'll take everything once they're on these victims' computers, and it's extremely dangerous because the point of scam is to get onto a victim's computer. Right? And we talked about this a little bit in the red flags. So let me show you some examples of these fake pop-ups. Because how this works is the victim will be browsing the internet and they'll get a fake pop-up that says you're infected with a virus. Call this number. All right, so we're going to start with some generic examples of this. That it's a little bit more obvious that these ones aren't real. But we'll start off with the generic ones. I'm going to give you some examples that are a lot more convincing here. But one of these fake pop-ups might be something like this. And a lot of these fake, they always have big red letters. They try to make it big, scary exclamation points, right? A whole list of scary things that are happening to your computer that's infected and what's at risk, right? So in this case, to get a pop-up, it says you got 5 viruses. And it lists system crashing, file deletion, theft of personal data, Wi-Fi loss, infection of other devices, right? But then they say, call us immediately. So our expert engineers can remove the threats. But if you call that phone number, you'll be connected to a scammer. There's another one very similar, right? And a lot of them follow the same theme. They'll use big red, all capitals, red, right? A list of scary things. This one says data exposed to risk, your credit card details, your email passwords, your Facebook, your private photos. They love to say private photos because, people get a little nervous about that. Call this number immediately for assistance on how to remove viruses. Call, we connect to a scammer. Here's another example of a more generic one. And up here, you can actually see there's the address bar. Where you can see that's actually just a website pop-up that's made to look like a virus pop-up. But following the same theme, big red letters, warning, exclamation points, your computer may be infected. Right, this one says you're infected with a rootkit and a Trojan. Your personal and financial information may not be safe, right? And it has a number to call. But of course, you'll be connected to a scammer, call that number. And this is something that I always recommend. You need to make your loved ones aware of this. Your loved ones, your friends, your family, make them aware that these pop-ups, if they have a phone number to call, if they say you have a virus and put a phone number there, it's fake. Like real virus pop-ups do not have a phone number to call. So that little bit of information, if people were aware of that, they can prevent the entire thing from the start. Right? They know right off the bat, okay, this is fake. It says to call a number. I'm not calling that number because I know these are fake. All right. So these couple examples here, those were just kind of generic versions, but let me show you some more convincing versions that are going around. So here's some more convincing versions of these fake virus pop-ups you might encounter. Here's one that impersonates McAfee antivirus. Has their logo, has their colors. Call McAfee helpline. Right, your computer is infected with Trojan. Call McAfee helpline. It has a phone number to call. If you call that number, you be connected to a scammer. They'll impersonate McAfee, and they're going to offer to connect your computer. And once they're connected, it's all downhill from there. In this example too, you could see that's a website address, and that it's a pop-up coming from a website. But there's a lot of older folks that don't really realize what's going on with these. Here's another example. This one impersonates Norton and Symantec. It says your hard drive may fail. All right. It says your system is critically infected. Immediately contact support at this phone number. It's all part of the scam. If you call it, be connected to a scammer. It's got the Norton logo, Symantec. Looks legit if you're not familiar with this stuff, right? And then we got a couple that impersonate Windows Defender. It says contact Windows support, and that gives a number. But if you call, you're connected to a scammer. And this follows the same thing, right? It's got the Windows logo, Microsoft logo, and they list a whole bunch of data that's at risk. Your email credentials, your banking passwords. Those are all fake, part of scam. They're trying to scare the victim into reacting quickly. They don't want the victim to stop and think. They just want the victim to be like, "Oh my god, I got a virus. I got to call this number." Right? That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to create urgency with the scary warnings and pop-ups. And here's another one of Windows Defender. The same theme, has a Microsoft logo and threat detected, spyware, contact Windows support. And you'll call up, they'll impersonate Windows. You'll think you're talking to Windows support, but it's a scammer. Because again, these scammers, they're sitting there in the call center. They're sitting, this is their job. They sit there and they answer calls all day from victims that were fooled by these fake pop-ups. That's why we go over the red flags about connecting to a PC, right? Because the first thing these scammers do once you call them is they're going to try to connect to your PC. And it's important to recognize that as a red flag. And the other thing that's particularly dangerous about this scam is that these pop-ups, it doesn't matter what device you're on. You could be on an Apple device, a Windows device, you could be on your computer, you could be on your mobile device, your phone. These pop-ups, they target all those devices, and they'll even be customized for that device, right? So like you'll access one of these fake websites, and the website will check what device you're on and then show a pop-up for that device. Like the website knows. They'll say, okay, here's someone on an iPhone. Let me pop up the iPhone warning. Oh, here's somebody on a Windows PC. Let me pop up the Windows Defender warning, right? They're smart. And again, the thing about this scam, it targets everybody. Here's some examples. So far I showed you some generic examples. I showed you some Windows examples, but here's the Mac and Apple examples, right? Never too much talking, Deb. Keep on typing. I think it helps when there's chat going on. I think the engagement helps helps the live stream show up more. So never talk too much. Yeah, but so here's the Mac and Apple examples, right? So this one targets Safari. Follows the same theme, right? Big red letters, virus found, a list of scary data at risk, right? And that says call tech support as soon as possible, right? They got the Safari logo here for Safari browser, trying to make it look legit. Your financial and personal information is not secure. And it says call this number. You call a number, you be connected to a scammer who's impersonating Apple and tries to connect to your PC. I got this one. Looks real, right? They use the Apple Care logo, same theme, colors, all that. Pop-up Mac OS is infected with viruses and other malicious applications. Call Apple support. So this one impersonates Apple support. Gives you 800 number to call. You're connected to a scammer. This last example of these tech support scams. This one impersonates Apple helpline, right? Another got the Apple logo there on the pop-up. Same deal. Mac OS is infected. Warning. Call this number. If you leave this site, your Mac OS will remain damaged and vulnerable, right? You call a number, you're connected to a scammer. So these are all part of a tech support scam. It's extremely common. And people let their guard down because what's interesting about this scam is people let their guard down because they call the number. The fact that they're calling the number, they figure, okay, it's not a scammer because I'm calling them. And then they let their guard down, which is fascinating when it comes to this scam, the psychology behind that. So that's a tech support scam. Got a few more that we're going to go over here. If you're just joining us, say hi in the chat, click the thumbs up, give us a like, click a heart, say hi. Fake order scams. This is a big one. These fake order scams are targeting a lot of people. Victims are being targeted through email, through phone, through text message. So the way a fake order scam works, which by the way, scammers are starting to get creative. We mentioned how they use AI earlier. I think these fake order scams are a good example of how they're using AI to generate these phone calls, right? They're able to generate a phone call, a voice that sounds real. Whereas before, you would get around a phone call and maybe be someone with an accent, so you're kind of like, what's this person gonna act? So, be like little hints, right? But now with AI, they just generate the voice and text and everything with AI, so it sounds super legit, super real, right? So the way these fake order scams works, victims receive a notification that an order was made under their account. When the victim calls to dispute the fake order, they are connected to a scammer who attempts to steal their personal or financial information. Right. A lot of times a scammer works the same way as the tech support scam we just talked about. You call up this number, it's a fake number, you're connected to a scammer, you're calling up to dispute this fake order that you received a notification about. And then the scammer, what they do is they try to connect your PC. They ask to connect your PC, to troubleshoot your issue, and then you're in trouble. So we got some really good examples of this one. Oh, you know what? Someone provided me some more examples too. I don't have them ready though. Next week I'll share some more examples of this. But for now, here's an example of a text message. Right. So you'll get a text message that says your iCloud ID was recently used to purchase at an Apple store, right? And that says to call this phone number to cancel this charge. Right. So someone will get this and they'll say, I didn't make this purchase. I don't know what they're talking about. I bet I got to call and dispute this. Right. So they call the phone number. They reach one of these scam call centers, right? The scammer answers the phone, impersonates, Apple, and it gets onto the person's computer. If if they're lucky, they'll just request information to cancel the order. They might ask for your credit card or banking details to cancel the order, right? Um, so at the very least, they're gonna try to get that information from you. But in most cases, they actually offer to connect to your computer and try to troubleshoot your problem, which that's worst case scenario. You don't want to let these people on your computer. So anyway, here's an example of text message, right? And this is a text message version where say, a purchase was made, an order was made, dispute it. The goal is to get you to call this number and dispute it. Right. So they're targeting victims by text. They're also targeting victims by phone. So I have two recordings here to share with you of these phone calls. And these are both examples of real examples of a fake order scam phone call that was received. And in these examples, what they do is these were meant for somebody to pick up an answer, right? So the recording advises them to press one to dispute the charge. So if someone got this call, the call tells them they made a purchase and to press one to dispute it. And a lot of people say, "Oh, I didn't make this purchase. Let me press one," and they're connected to a scammer. Right. So let's listen to these two recordings. This first one claims to be from Amazon and is about a fake MacBook purchase. All right, so let's listen to that one first.
Right, the payment of $1,499 for the recent order of Apple MacBook Pro on your Amazon account. If you do not authorize this payment, please press 1 to speak to our customer support representative.
So that's the first example of a fake order phone call that was received. It said that a MacBook Pro was purchased for $1,400, right? So $1,400 under their Amazon account, and the press one disputes a charge. So it's fair to think a lot of people would say, "Oh no, I didn't spend 1,400. I got to dispute this." They press one, they'll be connected to a scammer, and the scammer's going to try to get onto their computer under the guise of, we're customer support. Let's connect your computer and help you out. So if you get phone calls like these, don't trust them. And what's amazing is I've seen so many different examples of these. The product changes and the vendor they impersonate changes, right? But the scam is the same. Press one to dispute, call this number to dispute, right? So here's a second example that I have for you. This one impersonates Walmart, and it claims that a PlayStation was purchased, right? So let's listen to this recording.
We are trying to contact you concerning an unverified purchase of PlayStation 5 Special Edition bundled with Pulse 3D headset being ordered from your Walmart account for an amount of $859.50. If you did not authorize this transaction or wish to cancel, please press 1 or return our call on same number at your earliest convenience.
So there's an example of, another one of these calls. In that case, it says that a PlayStation was purchased under your Walmart account. And it says press 1 to dispute the charge, right? Or it says, or call the number displayed, right? And that's a red flag. That's getting added to our next red flag video, because a lot of these calls now, they say call the number displayed. And that's an indicator right there that it's a scam call. If they're not going to tell you the number to call on the recording, then it's not a legit number, and it's definitely a scam. So watch out for that. But again, there's two examples of these phone calls, these fake order phone calls that are received. And the idea is to get you to dispute the order and be connected to a scammer. You'll think you're talking to Amazon, but it's actually a scammer. You'll think you're talking to Walmart, but it's actually a scammer. So far, we saw the text message version of this scam that people are receiving. We just listened to the two phone call examples of this scam, right? But these scammers are also targeting people through email, right? So let's take a look at this. So this is an article which talks about a victim, and she lost $4,100 to this scam. And in her case, this was a fake order scam that targeted her over email. All right, so let's read about her story here, and also it gives some details about how the scam went too once they got her pulled in. So a 23-year-old Lincoln woman reported losing $4,100 after falling victim to an identity fraud scam in July. The scam began on July 17th with an email claiming she had purchased an iPhone. Right, so that's the fake order email. Right, so she gets this email. The woman called the number provided in the email to dispute the purchase. Right, so that's how the fake order scam works. She got notified by email that she purchased an iPhone, and then it says to call this number to dispute it. The number actually calls a scammer, right? So in her case, she called the number on the email to dispute it. She's talking to a scammer, doesn't realize she's talking to a scammer. And she's told that multiple accounts in her name across various states were opened, right? She was informed someone was using her identity. This is what the scammer is telling her. According to police, scammers then connected the woman to a person posing as a CIA agent. So this is where we mentioned earlier about this fake narrative of they're investigating identity theft. They're investigating a hacker that's in your account. They'll say they're FBI. They'll say they're a CIA agent, right? Which sounds far out there, but it's convincing, right? So this woman was connected to a scammer posing as a CIA agent who instructed her to withdraw $3,600 from her bank account. The next day, she was directed to use money to purchase Walmart gift cards and send photos and receipts. Additionally, the woman sent another $500 cash card to scammers. Red flags all over the place. Lincoln Police Department runs community that no government agency will demand money over the phone or via gift cards. Right. So this is why we discuss these red flags. So right away, getting told to withdraw money and purchase gift cards is a red flag, and that's very common for these scammers to do. They don't mention that they connected to their computer, but they probably did. But anyway, so these fake order scams, extremely common right now. And again, people being targeted over email, over phone, by text message. You're being attacked from all directions with these fake order scams. So keep your guard up and don't fall for it. Let's get a heart and a like for these fake order scams. If you just joined us, say hi in the chat. Click like, subscribe. Help us spread awareness. So our next example of a common scam, we're getting grandparent scam. We talked about this one a little earlier, and in our headlines as well. And we came across that new version of a grandparent scam during the headlines, which I thought was interesting, where they were. Bring that up. So when we were talking about the headlines of recent scam warnings for the past week or whatever, one of the headlines that came up was parents of college students being targeted by scammers. And the scam is they call these parents and they tell them their son or daughter, whoever the student is in jail and needs money to for bail and to be released. right? And that's an interesting twist on this classic grandparent scam, which is basically they reach out to grandparents or parents and they claim a relative or loved one is in jail and money needs to be provided for release. Um, but I thought that was an interesting twist that we read about that scam earlier today on the headline, saying that parents of college students specifically are being targeted. And we saw this warning pop up from multiple areas in the country. So it's an interesting spin that they put on this whole classic grandparent scam and target college students' parents. So if you have any kids in college, don't fall for this scam if you get a random call saying they've been arrested. Make sure to do your due diligence and confirm that they actually were. So anyway, grandparent scams, right? Scammers impersonate a distressed relative, often claiming to be in jail, and request immediate financial help. Victims, usually seniors, act quickly to assist loved ones. Okay. So there was a scammer group running out of Dominican Republic on this scam. There was a call center dedicated to it. And we have a news article here from New Jersey where some of these Dominicans actually got busted and arrested. And it reveals some more details about this specific scam. This article is a little fascinating. It gives you a lot of good inside information about this grandparent scams and what's going on. So NJ federal court charges 3 additional Dominicans in grandparents scam. 3 residents of Dominican Republic were extradited to the United States last week and made their initial appearance in Newark federal court yesterday on charges related to participation in a sprawling grandparent scam that defrauded elderly Americans out of millions of dollars. 11 Dominican nationals charged in a 19-count indictment. So it gives us some pretty good details about how this scam works. According to an indictment, the people they arrested and their co-conspirators engaged in a long-running grandparent or family in need of bail scam against hundreds of senior citizens across the United States, including New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, and Massachusetts. The person they arrested alleged to have led a network of call centers in the Dominican Republic. As detailed in court filings, members of the conspiracy referred to as openers. Right. So this is where we go back to these scammers. They're working in teams. There's call centers and they're working in teams together. Right. And this scam, they have an opener and then they have a closer. As detailed in court filings, members of the conspiracy referred to as openers called elderly victims in the United States and impersonated the victims' children, grandchildren, or other close relatives. And I'm going to show you a video of this shortly. The call centers use technology to make it appear that the calls were coming from inside the United States, right? So we already know scammers could control what shows on the caller ID. In this case, they're making it look like the calls are coming from inside the United States. Typically, the victim was told that their grandchild had been in a car accident, was arrested in connection with an accident, and needed help. Which, by the way, I hate the scammers that do this. It's a terrible, no ethics, terrible morals. Like, these are really the worst of the worst, these scammers that are calling your grandmother and telling her you're in jail. What a bunch of sleazebags. So once the openers tricked victims into believing their loved ones were in dire trouble, others working at the call centers known as closers impersonated defense attorneys, police officers, or court personnel and convinced victims to provide thousands of dollars in cash to help their loved ones. Right? So again, these scammers don't just stop at saying, hey, your loved one's in jail, we need money for bail. Right? They call back and impersonate a defense attorney. They call back and impersonate a police officer. They call back and impersonate court personnel. And all of them along the way, now you have court fees. Now you have bail fees. Now you have fees from the police department, right? They're going to clear the victim out. They're just going to transfer the different scammers, and they're all going to take their turn. The cash was typically retrieved by couriers, including those recruited and dispatched by the guy they arrested. They either went to the victim's home or the victims mailed the money to the closers. So again, we're seeing this disturbing trend of couriers being used, right? We mentioned that in a few headlines earlier about couriers actually arriving and picking up the money in person. Sometimes these couriers are part of a scam. Other times, They're innocent too. They think that they're working a legit courier job, but they were fooled by a scammer as well. Um, if convicted, they each face a maximum penalty of 20 years in prison and a maximum fine of 250,000 for each count. Right. So if you get caught, it doesn't pay to be a scammer. Maybe it pays if you don't get caught, but if you do get caught, pretty expensive. So what's interesting about these grandparent scams is that we know that it was coming out of Dominican Republic. You know, we learn a lot about there's call centers, there's openers, there's closers, a lot of people involved. But what's great is I actually have a video from one of these scam busters that posted on YouTube. They were able to hack into one of these scammers' computers and view their webcam. So we actually have footage of one of these scammers calling a victim and telling them that their daughter is in jail and that they need to pay for release and this and that. So it's all on camera. It's great. So let me show you this video. And this is actually and this is one of the scammers that's in the Dominican Republic. I don't know if it's the same one mentioned in this article, but this scammer was located in the Dominican Republic. So let's take a look at this recording.
Oh, Mom, I had a car accident.
Huh?
I had a car accident, Mom.
Linda,
Linda,
where are you? What happened?
I'm gonna put the officer on. I got arrested.
You got arrested?
Hi, ma'am.
Yes,
Hi, are you Linda's mom?
yes.
What I'm gonna need you to do is grab a pen and paper and write down Linda's case number, ma'am. I need you to hurry up, please, ma'am.
Case number
It's the number 2.
2.
For the B as in boy. Can you read that back to me?
2B.
Now, I'm gonna read what's going on, ma'am, okay?
Okay.
Linda was involved in a car accident that was stated in the police report. She admitted that was her fault. While she was driving, she was using her phone. That's what caused the accident, ma'am, okay?
Oh, man.
The woman that was driving the other vehicle was 7 months pregnant. We had to rush her into the nearby hospital. She might lose her baby.
Oh, really?
Yes. Now, we actually confiscated her cell phone for legal evidence, so she cannot receive or cannot make calls. This is going to be her only last call. Are you with me, ma'am?
Yes, I am.
Now, she actually wrote a note down here saying that she didn't want anyone to know about this. It's honor her wish for right now because it's too much for her right now. That's what she's saying.
Okay.
What I'm going to need you to do, ma'am, is stay by the phone and wait for the lawyer to call, okay?
Okay.
Okay, bye-bye, ma'am.
All right, bye.
The next, I love that video. There's so much to unpack from that video, but it's a glimpse into what's going on with this scam. So, like, where to start, right? So, first of all, this guy, he impersonates the daughter. I'm pretty sure he's using some kind of voice changing software too, just to make his voice a little higher pitched to sound like Linda, the woman's daughter, right? And he's sitting there pretending to cry, Mom, I'm locked up, I need help, right? And then he switches over and starts impersonating a police officer. And he starts talking like he's the police officer, right? So he's impersonating the daughter, he's impersonating a police officer, right? And when he impersonates the police officer, you can hear police scanner chatter playing in the background, right? So he even plays like recordings of like police scanner chatter to sound like he's actually talking to the police, right? And then, did you notice how he said to her, "We've confiscated your daughter's phone, so she can't receive calls," right? So that's to convince a victim not to call. Don't bother trying to call your daughter because we have her phone, right? There's a request for confidentiality where they say your daughter's embarrassed, right? So she asked not to tell anybody, right? So that was on the red flags that we just discussed about requests for confidentiality, all right? And this is an opener. This is an example of the opener that we just talked about, how he calls the victims, he initiates the whole scam, pretends to be the police, and then he tells the victim to stand by when the court is going to reach out, right? And that's when the closers start reaching out and saying, You got to pay bail. You have to pay court fees. You have to pay legal fees. You have to pay this, and they're going to try to clear out this person's bank account. And that's a grandparent scam. And what's interesting about this video is it gives you a peek about what's going on behind the scenes. You know, it shows the opener, how he impersonates multiple people, shows some of the techniques we used. And the scam baiter that got this recording, he actually called the victim up and let her know that this was a scam. She was in the process of being scammed. And so this older lady who was almost a victim, she, thanks to this, the scam baiter, you know, she was warned and she didn't lose any money. You know, she was warned it was a scam. Right. But it's a fascinating video. It shows you what they're doing. This guy was over in the Dominican Republic. He's one of the scammers. And it'd be nice to see if maybe he's one of these guys that got arrested in this New Jersey report about these grandparent scammers. So that's extremely popular scam. And, you know, it's evolved. It gets changed around a little bit. You know, we read today about how parents are being targeted. College students' parents are being targeted, and they're being told, you know, that their son or daughter is locked up. So that's a grandparent scam. Who got old quick? Oh, we switched from the daughter to the impersonated police officer. All right. Anybody just joining us? Click a like, click the heart, say hi in the chat. I'm not sure how much longer we'll go. We got another scam to go over. There's some more we can talk about too, but we'll see where we're at and if anybody's coming in the chat. Maybe we'll get some West Coast people in here. It's still early over there. They just got out of work. Anybody just join us, click like, click subscribe to our YouTube channel. Helps us spread awareness. You can join our mailing list. Go to scamaware101.com. Click join mailing list. We also have a link pinned at the top of the chat to join the mailing list. If you're just joining us, say hi. Tell us about scams you've experienced or scams you've heard other people experienced. Great tip, Deb, right? You want to make a code word with your family. This way, if you ever do encounter one of these grandparent scams or some other similar scam, you could at least identify with or verify with a family member that it's real or not with a code word. It seems ridiculous that you have to do that, right? It seems absolutely ridiculous, but that's the world we live in now. All right, so our next example, we're going to talk about fake gift cards. And the example I have here for you is an email, a gift card that's emailed to you. But you also have to watch out for physical gift cards that actually arrive in your mailbox with a QR code. We'll talk about that one next. But first, let's talk about these gift cards that arrive by email. This scam picks up a little bit more during the holidays, but again, it's like any other scams around all year long. Fake gift card scam. Victims receive a postcard or email notification that they received a gift card. When the victim attempts to activate the gift card by scanning a QR code or clicking a link, malware is installed on their device, or a fake website is opened to steal personal information. So let's talk about the email version of this scam first. We'll talk about the QR code one after that. So here's an example. Maybe you'll get an email like this and says, your $50 gift card is here. Right. And in this case, it's a Venmo debit card, right? And it says your company at the bottom here, it says your company has given you an employee rewards card. Activate your card today. Right. In this example, it could say your company has given you an employee rewards card. It could have said that a family member has sent you a gift card. It could say that you received a free gift card, you know, just from the vendor. Vendors giving free gift cards out, right? But it's a scam, right? So if you go to activate this card, it's going to ask you personal information, or it's going to download a virus on your computer. So what you want to do in a case like this, where you get notified of a gift card, you want to reach out to the person first that the gift card is supposedly from, right? And verify that they actually sent it. In this case, where it says your company has given you an employee rewards card, before you go activating it, reach out to your company or your boss and confirm they actually sent you a employee rewards card. Chances are they're going to say no. I know some people think it's hilarious that their boss will give them a gift card. So they know right away that's a scam. They'll be like, boss never give me a gift card. But the email version of this scam, yeah, you'll get an email, it'll have a link to click to activate it. But it'll be a scam. Take it to a malicious website, or it'll ask you it'll say something like link this card to your bank account or link this card to your credit card, and they'll steal your information that way. So that's a fake gift card scam you want to be aware of. With anything, you just want to always verify things are real, especially when you're getting them randomly and unexpectedly on an email. So that was 5 more common scams. Next, I think we'll go over snail mail scams. All right, cool. Yeah, so I figure we'll go over. I have a couple snail mail scams to discuss with you because a lot of times I think people have gotten so used to receiving scam emails and scam text messages um, that we forget that scams are going to come through regular mail too. Just because we're getting physical letters or physical postcards, delivered to our mailbox by the postal service, that doesn't mean that it's safe. Because there's plenty of scams still happening in snail mail. And one of those common snail mail scams is an inheritance scam. So let me go show you the example of that. Oops. All right, cool. So on my screen, you can see an example of a real letter that we actually received back in November. So it was received a couple months ago. It's an active scam. There's letters being sent out currently, right? And what this is this letter, it impersonates a law office, right? It looks like fancy letterhead, it looks like it's official, office letterhead, and it's kind of address listed up top and law office's name. And what this letter says is basically it impersonates a law office from Canada, right? And it claims that their client, who passed away due to COVID a few years ago, had a life insurance policy. And because they share the same name as me in this case, for example, they share the same name, we're entitled to an inheritance, right, from their life insurance. And it says here that the inheritance is $10 million. Okay. The policyholder was one of our clients, the late Dr. Maria, and then it had the same last name as the person that this letter was targeted to. Like it was legit, where it says dear, and the person's name there, the last name did match the name that they claim in the letter. So, but this is just a stock letter sending out. They just swap out the name before they send it out to people who shared the same last name as you and was a stockbroker and a retired CPA. She was a COVID-19 victim who died about 4 years ago. Since her death, no one has come forward for the claim, and all efforts to locate her relatives have proved unsuccessful. The insurance company code stipulates not claimed must be turned over to abandoned property of 2 to 4 years. Therefore, I ask your consent to be in partnership with me for the claim of this policy. in view of the strikingly similarly and same last name and nationality with the deceased. If you permit me to add your name to the policy, all proceeds will be processed on your behalf. I wish to point out that I want 10% of this money to be shared among charity organizations, while the remaining 90% will be shared between us. This is 100% risk-free. I do have all necessary documentation to expedite the process in a highly professional and confidential manner. I will provide all the relevant documents to substantiate your claim as a beneficiary. This claim requires a high level of confidentiality. It may take up to 30 business days from the day I receive your consent. Right. So this is a physical letter that actually gets mailed out. These lives stay up. Yep. So this letter is actually physically being sent out to people. The information, as far as names shown on it, the person that's addressed to, it will match the name that they use in the letter, right? It's still fake though. It's still fake. And how the scam works is if you reply to this, if you reach out to this fake law office and you're talking to the scammer, they're gonna ask for fees to get the process going, right? They'll say there needs to be like taxes paid and transfer fees, and they might ask you for your bank account to deposit it in, right? Any money you give them, you're never gonna get back. Any fees that you pay them, you're never gonna get. And the inheritance isn't real. You're never gonna get the inheritance either. Right? So this is all fake. This is all part of a scam where if you reply to them, they're gonna ask for fees, and that's how they scam you. They scam you out of the money you provide. Victims think they're gonna get $10 million. So they don't mind paying a few $100s, a few $1,000s of fees because they think they're gonna get 10 million. But it's all part of the scam. When we received this letter, we knew it was a scam right away, but just out of curiosity, we did a quick Google of some of the text in the letter, and it found many examples of people reporting and receiving the same exact letter. It's just the only thing different was a name, right? It just swapped out, my name with their name, and then they were targeted. So a situation like this, I mean, you're gonna get this letter. Chances are it's not gonna be real, but it's easy enough to determine that's fake. You just Google some of the text in it, and you're gonna see other people receiving these letters. So these scams still come in, in snail mail. We're still getting physical letters with scams. So that's one scam that still comes in through the post office. These inheritance scams. Another one are fake renewal bills. So here's an example of a fake renewal bill that we received in June last year. So it's pretty recent, still within a year old. And this scam's been going on for years and years. It targets people with websites, right? And it makes it seem like you have a marketing service that's going to expire. So a lot of people get these notices, and a lot of companies will get these notices, and they'll just think that it's a service they need to renew, and they'll send a payment of $289 to the scammer. But you look at this letter, and it looks like a renewal bill. It doesn't look like it's an advertisement or something for a new service. It's designed to look like a renewal bill. In this case, they're saying it's 12-month term on domain networks, listing maintenance. And what's interesting is you'll see how they'll say to ensure listing by July 26th, please submit payment before July 26th. Right? So they make it sound like your listing is going to be taken offline, right? If you want your listing to remain up, like they word it in a way where it's very misleading, right? And I think whoever's running this scam, I think they have lawyers, because like in small print on the background, it'll say something like this is not a renewal, or it'll say this is a new advertisement. So they have lawyers that are like putting a small text on here, but people fall for this scam. It's been going on for years and years. It targets people with websites, right? Because a lot of that information is publicly available. Who owns a website? And they'll put the website name on there. Like in this case, you can see it's blurred up top here, but they listed the real website. It was a real website that belonged to this person who received the letter. And there was a really good article written about this scam actually by was it Chris Krebs, I think. Krebs Security has the website. Krebs Security, I think his first name is Chris Krebs. But he did a really good report on this scam. And I think he actually tracked it down to somebody in Canada, I think. but it's a very common scam. Tons of people in the groups I'm in, tons of people reported receiving this scam and shared their own examples of this letter, which is identical. But fake renewal scams, gotta watch out for them, right? And what's interesting is we get tons of fake renewal emails, right? This is huge, a very popular phishing scam. They send you a fake renewal email. Oh, your McAfee's expiring. I got to renew it. Click here. Or something else is expiring. So this is a common like digital scam, right? But you can't forget about the physical version of it, where they'll actually send you regular letters, claiming there's renewals and or making it look like a renewal to get people's money. So that's the thing to remember about a scam, right? Like if the scam could be modified from the internet to a physical letter, or from a phone call to text message, or from a text message to an email, scammers are going to modify the scam to fit as many different ways as possible to target victims, right? If they could target you with letter, they could target you with letter. If the same scam could target you in email, they're going to run the same scam and target you in an email, right? So, but yeah, it's another example of a snail mail scam that's currently active. And then we can talk about the QR code scams, because those also come in through mail. So QR code scams in general, you want to be careful scanning QR codes. It's the same thing as clicking a link. It really is. Like, because that's all scanning a QR code does. It just takes you to a link, right? So scanning a QR code is the same thing as clicking a link, right? And you can't just go clicking any old link. You got to be careful what you click. You don't want to click links from people you don't know. And the same thing with QR codes. You don't just want to go scanning random QR codes, because the same thing as clicking random links. And in the example of some QR code snail mail scams, these pick up more during the holidays as far as snail mail QR codes. But here's an example of free wireless Bluetooth earbuds, right? And that's got the QR code to scan. In this case, you'll probably be taken to a fake retail website, which is interesting because if you're on here earlier in the live stream, or you've seen our previous live streams, when we're giving examples of the fake retail websites, right? One of the examples I show, in fact, I'm going to show right now. We shared this example earlier when we were talking about fake retail websites, right? Here they are offering you earbuds, right? Just pay for shipping, earbuds, right? There's a website version of scam. Here's the postcard version of a scam. Same thing. They're offering you free wireless Bluetooth earbuds. Just scan this QR code. So it shows how scammers will use trending items or popular items at the moment, and they'll integrate them with their scams. Wireless earbuds are popular right now. Okay, start sending out those postcards with QR codes offering wireless earbuds. Start setting up those fake retail websites offering wireless earbuds. Just pay for shipping, right? They take the hot products and popular items and they'll work them into their scams as it happens. But this is an example of one of these snail mail postcards with a QR code you might get. That's a scam. These definitely pick up during the holidays because they love to send out ones that are like, you got a free gift card, just scan this QR code. Here was an article about QR codes that were placed on parking meters. So scammers took their QR code stickers and they popped them over the actual QR codes on these parking meters, and it redirected victims to a fake website. So yeah, QR codes, they're thinking of all creative ways to use QR codes. And that includes, mailing physical letters and postcards. That's your mailbox. So that's just a few examples of some snail mail scams that are still extremely popular that you need to watch out for. You don't want to forget about real mail. We all got so consumed with, we're used to email scams and text message scams. You don't want to forget they target us in real mail too. All right, how's everybody doing? Who still got with us? We still got Deb. We still got John. I'm gonna start getting this wrapped up here. I'm gonna go over some useful resources on the scamaware101.com website. If anybody's just joining, click the thumbs up, click the heart, give us a like, say hi in the chat, help us spread awareness. Please subscribe to the YouTube channel. It helps us get our content out there some more. You can also join our mailing list on scamaware101.com and click join mailing list. You can follow us on social media, YouTube, Blue Sky, X, Facebook, Threads, Instagram. It's Scamaware101. It's a name on all of them. If you can't find us, around the website, we have links to each around our homepage here. All right. All right, cool. So let's start getting this wrapped up. Let's talk about the Scamware 101 website and some resources we have on here for you. And we're going to be building this out more and more and making it a very useful portal as far as scam awareness goes and providing tools and resources to help you protect yourself. So on the scamaware101.com website, we have the tools and resources page. So you just click on tools and resources. And we've been including a lot of useful links on here. Starting off with, it's a little bigger so you can see. These data breach lookup tools. So there's a few free services that you could use to check what of your data has been exposed in cyber breaches. We haven't talked about this much yet, but a lot of our personal data and private information, it gets exposed through third parties that have been breached. Someone hacks into their system and it steals the data they have on us. There were a lot of crazy hacks last year. I think it was like 2/3 of the country's health information got stolen. Almost everybody's social security number got stolen. There's so much data out there on us now from these breaches. And what happens is scammers can then target us more. They can target us with more tailored scams, and they could give us information that you wouldn't expect them to have to gain trust. So they could call up and they might already know your account number. They might already know who you dealt with at one of these companies, right? And they'll use that information to convince you that you're actually talking to that person when it's actually a scammer. So it's important to be aware of what data has been stolen that's associated with your identity. And also what passwords. A lot of times your username and password will get obtained during one of these breaches, and then they'll try to use that same login against your bank accounts, right? So it's important to know which passwords of yours have been exposed as well, especially if you use them across multiple accounts, which you should never do. You should have unique passwords on every account. So anyway, back to tools and resources here. The first three links we have available, they're free services, right? And you can go and you pop in your phone number, you pop in your email address, and you can see what data has been exposed about you in these breaches, right? The first one is haveibeenpwned.com, right? Which is a good one. There's pentester.com. And there's also Cyber News Leaked Password Checker, which actually this link was dead the other day. Is this still dead or let's see here. Okay, cool. It's back up. Good. I thought they might have got rid of the service. But yeah, if you put in your email address or phone number, it'll come back and it'll tell you your data that's been exposed and leaked. I recommend everybody use these three services. Again, they're free. You go there, you use them. They might try to sell you something afterwards, fine, whatever, but you can still do the lookup and see what data was exposed. So those are the first three links we have on our tools and resources. Everybody should be aware of, what personal information is floating out there about them. Then we have a couple website tools, lookup tools. You can just check if it's got any bad reviews or if it's been if a website's been determined dangerous, right? We got Google Safe Browsing. Google will tell you if the website's been identified as dangerous. Norton Safe Web, if you check a website using that, it'll tell you if there's any ratings or reviews about the website. We have some scam report lookup tools, right? The BBB offers an excellent scam tracker tool, and so does AARP. They have a scam tracking map, which is awesome. I'll bring that up in a minute. I'll get through the rest of these links first, and then we'll go over the scam tracking map. But I have fun with the scam tracking map. Link to some antivirus and malware tools, right? If you don't have antivirus, you shouldn't rely on just the default antivirus that comes with your PC, like Windows Defender or whatever. You should really have an antivirus installed on your computer. If you don't, Bitdefender is pretty good. You go and download a free Bitdefender antivirus. But the antivirus isn't just about preventing viruses from getting installed on your computer. A lot of times it will monitor websites that you're trying to visit. So if you bring up a website that's detected as harmful, your antivirus can protect you from that too. So it's good to have a professional antivirus on your computer. And also Malwarebytes is just a free virus malware scanner too that you could download and scan your computer for anything malicious. So they're two very useful tools and they come in handy. We have some educational resources from the FTC, for Social Security Administration, the FBI, IC3. These organizations do a pretty good job about updating us about scams and keeping warnings and information on their website about scams to be aware of. We have links to each of them here. And I linked to a few banking websites because banks are finally starting to take security more serious, right, as far as their customers go. And there was a couple of useful pages. Like there was one on Capital One, there was another one on Chase Bank, another one on Citizens. That has some useful information. So I put them here as well, links to those resources. Some more educational resources. We have the BBB's Scam Studies. Right, and this is a really cool website. The BBB, they did a bunch of studies on all these different scams. So you have online shopping fraud, phishing scams, investment scams, gift card scams, credit repair and debt release scams. They have a very good directory of scam studies here that if you ever think you're being scammed or want to find out about a specific scam, is a good resource to learn more about it. We have the tech support scam study that we were just talking about the tech support scams. Lots of good stuff here under the BBB scam studies that we link to. A couple other useful places. National Cybersecurity Alliance gives good tips. Yeah, yep, Bitdefender, Deb. NCOA, common scams. Amazon has a page about identifying a scam, has some useful information. And the last group of links we have here are just some credit report resources, right? We link to all three credit reporting agencies and also annualcreditreport.com. So it's important to review everybody's entitled to a free credit report every year, right? So it's important that you get that credit report and just review it and see if there's any strange activity, right? Because if somebody has your personal information, they could be opening credit card accounts and loans, and you wouldn't even know it unless you review your credit, right? So we have a couple of links under resources. The annualcreditreport.com is where you can request a free credit report. And then if you've already been scammed and your information's out there and being actively used, you can actually go to each credit card or credit reporting agency here, Equifax, Experian, TransUnion, and you can freeze your credit. Well, freeze it as preventing new accounts from being opened, which if you've already been breached and somebody's out there creating accounts, then you kind of have to do that, unfortunately. But we have all the links there to each agency and also to the annual credit report link. What do you say about my hands? And then the last thing we'll talk about here on the resource page, because I have fun with this, is that the AARP scam tracking map. It's a pretty cool resource. And BBB has a similar one here, and we link to them again under our tools and resources page. If you're just joining us, I see a few more people joined us. We're just talking about scamaware101.com. Click tools and resources, and lots of useful links and helpful info here. So let's take a look at this AARP scam tracking map. And the AARP does a great job as far as sometimes they do live streams and webinars about security and scams. So they're pretty good at doing this. So here is their scam tracking map. And all these users are reporting the various scams they encounter. And you could filter it. You could search for a type of scam, right? You could type in an area and see what scams are being reported in your area. But let's take a look here at some of these recent scams that are listed. Received the email receipt for Microsoft Windows Defender protection software. Software was never ordered or purchased. Let's see here. You click on it to see more details. Totally bullshit. So this is a fake order scam. So this person is reporting a fake order scam. They received an email saying that they made a purchase from Microsoft Windows Defender software, and it says to call this phone number to dispute to cancel their order. So it's a good example. See, just this week, somebody reported a fake order scam that we just talked about. So this is a great resource for seeing which scams are being reported, how widespread they are. Right. Let's do a quick search. We'll do filters. We're going to type toll. Let's see where these the toll scam is being reported from. Yeah, you can see tons of people reporting the scam. Someone report emails, 2 emails about owing a toll charge. Others report receive the following text: Easy Drive MA. Right. So we talked specifically about that one. That's a newer version of these unpaid toll scams where they're impersonating Easy Drive MA. And right under that, here's somebody reporting the fast track. So they got the text message saying they had an unpaid toll from fast track. So this is a pretty cool resource to see where reports are coming in. And look at where all the red dots are all along the United States. So these are all the people reporting these unpaid toll scams all throughout the US. Let's check an area and see what scams are being reported. Go do Miami, Florida. Why not? Miami, Florida, USA. Government imposter scam. Caller claimed it was from Social Security and needed to speak to a person who had died several years. All right, government. Yeah, so Social Security scams, right? We talked about those a little bit. They're impersonating the IRS. They impersonate Social Security. They're government impersonation scams. And this person is reporting that somebody called impersonating Social Security. Let's see what other scams being reported. Cryptocurrency scams. Identity theft. This person sent an email to my employer requesting to change my direct deposit account information. That scam is wild. That's more of a business scam, so I don't really cover it. But we've seen this before. John, remember, we've seen this before together, right? Where we actually had a client. We were dealing with a client once. They said they hadn't realized it, but they received a notification about changing an employee's direct deposit. Right? And the finance person didn't realize that it was a scam. They thought it was a legit request to change the person's direct deposit. So they changed where the person's paycheck got deposited. Right? 2 months later, the person's like, "Hey, I haven't gotten paid in 2 months. Where's my paycheck?" And it turns out for 2 months, they've been depositing the person's paycheck into a scammer's bank account, all from an email request to update their direct deposit information. So that's a very common scam that's actually become more and more common for businesses. And this person right here is reporting that it happened to him last month. Here's another report last month. USPS parcel being cleared due to invalid zip, right? So it's the undeliverable package scam that we talked about. This person reported that one last month. Got a call saying our electricity will be cut off since our last payment wasn't received. That was one of the first scams we talked about today when we were going over the headlines about the fake power and utility scams. They tell you that you have a payment due and they're going to turn off your electricity. Gift card scams and fraud. We just talked about that. Tech support scams. McAfee Premium. They attempted to charge for McAfee services, which we don't have or need. Let's see what this person's saying. I didn't give us too much information. But that could have been a fake order, getting them to call up and dispute it. they probably weren't even really charged. But McAfee, these fake McAfee renewals, extremely popular. Getting emails saying that McAfee needs to be renewed or was renewed. Yeah. So we covered a lot of these here, but these are some scams that people are reporting in the Miami, Florida area. This is useful. This is over on the AARP scam tracking map. So you can see what's being reported around you. Or if you're thinking of being scammed, you can come here and type something into the search filter, see if other people are reporting a scam. But anyway, yeah, we linked to that right from the Scamaware tools and resources page, scamaware101.com. And that is pretty much it for this live stream today. I covered a lot of common scams, discussed a lot of headlines, showed you a lot of examples, went over some resources, had some great interaction in the live chat. Saw some familiar faces, saw some new faces. Pretty good live stream. Pretty good live stream. All right. So on that note, before we wrap up, I'm just going to put it out there one more time. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, please subscribe. It helps us. It helps raise awareness and spread our content even more. Check out our videos. Follow us on various social media pages. You can follow us on Blue Sky, X, Facebook, Threads, Instagram. And if you haven't yet, join our email list. It's free. We'll send out reminders about these live streams. We'll send out useful information about scam tips and recent scams. Won't spam you too much, and you can always unsubscribe if you don't like it. But you go scamaware101.com and click join mailing list. Make sure to look out for the confirmation email. It's been going to the junk folder, so you might have to check your junk folder to activate the mail list. And that's about it. Thank you again, everybody who joined us. Deb, it was great seeing you. John, pleasure as always. Anybody else I missed? Thank you again for attending. And we'll see you next week, Thursday, 5:45 p.m. Eastern. Every Thursday, scamaware101.com. All right, everybody. Have a good one. Good night.